pumped. Hey, Orange Blur. Hope you're staying safe while everybody's going outside out there. I'm going insane inside here, but that's nothing new. This is business as usual for me. And I already stocked up on all my apocalypse supplies just prior to the local government essentially shutting everything down, so I'm good on all that. Keyboard not working. Hey Drew. Hey Hidden. Oh, keyboard. Why is my keyboard thing not working? Hey, Ivy. Okay. Let's try this, I guess. There we go. Okay. Hey. Okay. Good. Sometimes my USB hub just randomly decides not to hub anymore. Okay. Alrighty. So yeah, this is day one of quarantine. It's been like every other day so far. Hello, Anime Steven Seagal. Welcome. I knew yesterday was gonna be one of the last days I could have freely gone out and gotten food. So I got 3 pizzas. 3 pizzas from the pizza place, and I still have almost 2 pizzas left in my fridge still. So I made sure I stocked up on the important things like pizza before martial law gets declared. Oh boy. Nice. This one's a banger. Good old DuckTales. Yeah, that pizza. No, I made the mistake of making one of the pizzas the hot version of the standard sauce rather than the regular red sauce, and boy was that a bad idea. I had that last night before doing the Half-Life 2 episode 1 and 2 stream, and man, I was regretting that decision about halfway through episode 2. And why I was like squirming around in my seat a little bit and was thinking like, okay, this is almost over, and then suddenly, oh wait, there's an extremely difficult boss gauntlet coming up. So that made that final battle sequence of episode 2 even more exciting than it should have been. But hey, we did it. I managed to go through both episode 1 and episode 2 last night in Half-Life 2. And I almost did episode 2 with 0 deaths. One of the deaths was bullshit, the other one I deserved. But man, final battle too stressful. Yeah, yep. That's pretty much what I marked down too, I think. Chili's good for the immune system. My immune system's pretty good as it is. I think I did mark down the final battles too stressful. Let me see. Let's see. That should bring it up. Let's see. Bad. Yeah, final battle a little bit too stressful. Yep. And man, this 2 deaths though, that really bothers me. Man. 2 deaths. That could have been 0. Man. That's so annoying. That is so annoying. Alright, so in related Half-Life news, Valve announced today that Half-Life Alyx, the game that is the whole reason that I'm playing through all of the Half-Life and Half-Life adjacent stuff right now, the VR game, the new VR game, is going to be out on the 23rd, which is in 6 days from now. And they announced that it's going to be unlocking at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Pacific Time. And yeah, I'm not going to get up early to stream that one, so I'll just stream at the normal time. Because 1, I hate waking up early anyways, and 2, disrupting my sleeping schedule for a VR game is probably a really bad idea, considering like everything it takes to play something like that. I'm probably gonna like fall over and hit my head on my desk, and then what? I'm just gonna die on the floor here while the stream is still going. It'll make for a pretty neat clip, I guess, but I don't particularly want that to happen. So I'm gonna stream Half-Life Alyx at the normal stream time instead, for my own health and safety. Yeah, I know, like 10 a.m. is a little too damn early for something like that. So that's that'll be how that's gonna play out. I already ordered the game, and preloading starts the day before, so it should be good to go for right when I want to stream it. All right. Okay, so this is I might be able to beat this in one sitting for this stream, but if I'm gonna do that, then might as well get going, I guess. All right. Okay. All right. Portal 2, PC 2001 puzzle, developed and published by Valve. So Portal 1 was what, 2007, 2008, around there. So Portal 1 was pretty much a tech demo that they expanded on a little bit when the group of students who were making their student project started working with Valve. Then they expanded it into a Half-Life thing. This one was built from the ground up to be like a full-on experience. So this is a much larger game than Portal 1. I should also note that I have played through this before. I played through the whole thing, and I really enjoyed it when it came out. But that is nearly everything that I remember about it. I remember it was fun, it had great writing, and there was some weird like paint the wall mechanic, and that was it. That's all I remember about this one. So this will be practically new to me. I think according to my Steam achievement stuff, the last time I played this was 2013. So I can't remember what I had for breakfast, so me remembering 2013 is not going to happen. So this will be practically new to me. All right, so Portal 2. Here is what the boxed release looks like. So we got good old Portal logo there. There is Jumpy Robot, and there is Standy Robot. Sure. This one, E10 Plus. So unlike the Half-Life games, which are all very much M games, this is E10 Plus. All right. Start thinking of portals. Intelligent, innovative, and massively entertaining, says Game Informer. There is Chell, I think that's her name, the protagonist of Portal 1. I don't think the name Chell is mentioned anywhere in anything, but that is her name, I guess. Okay. Highly anticipated sequel to 2007's Game of the Year, Portal 2 delivers a hilariously mind-bending adventure. Yep. Includes single-player and cooperative game modes, each with its own story, environments, and characters. I'm not sure I'm going to do the co-op campaign. I don't know. Maybe it's not a high priority for me. My priority is single player. And then Portal's unique gameplay challenges you to use wits over weaponry in a funhouse of diabolical science. And yeah, this is the painting the walls mechanic I remember. Alright. And then, of course, the PC specs. So Windows XP, a dual-core 2.0 or higher? Or an X2 or higher? So they're recommending a dual-core CPU at this point. Which, sure, yeah, okay. A gig or 2 gigs of RAM, 7.6 gigs of space. The new card must be 128 megabytes or more with DX9 compatibility. Yeah, well this will run on pretty much anything though. It's they wanted low specs for this so that the most people could play this one. All right, fantasy violence and mild language, Valve, Source Engine, Steam, and I think with Portals.com. I don't know if that site's still up, but that is the site apparently for Portal. Okay, so here's the Steam art that you get with the game as it appears in your Steam library. It's pretty much the top of that box release. And then that is pretty much the box release right there. It's just in much higher resolution, it looks like, compared to that scan that I have. There's a weighted cube over there, sure. So those make a reappearance in this one. Okay, and that's all I got for Portal 2. So let's do it, shall we? Alright. Oh, I gotta turn on this special Android program to keep my screen from dimming here. Alrighty. So I already launched the game ahead of time here, just to make sure that that everything was working properly, and it is. So we're good to go. Hey Gander, good to see you too. Happy St. Patty's Day to you as well. All right, let's get that timer going. Hey Gator. All right, so there we go. I already set all of the options here that I wanted to. So master volume, we'll keep it there. I can crank it up if I need it to. High sound quality, Puzzle Maker sounds enabled. I don't even know what that is. Sure. What counts as a death in Portal? Dying. Dying counts as a death. There you go. It's pretty simple. Not using laptops, so don't need to worry about that. And I set all these to about as high as they go. So we'll be at a locked 120 FPS for this, and we good. Yeah, they finally added Vulkan, but the Vulkan support doesn't matter to me because I am using my 4K capture card for all of this, which is why I was having the weird issues with the VR capture. Okay, all right, new game. Let's do it. 2 whole rolls of toilet paper? Well, that's more rolls than most people get. Okay, so chapter 1, the courtesy call. Let's do it. All right.
Good morning. You have been in suspension for 50 days. In compliance with state and federal regulations, all testing candidates in the Aperture Science Extended Relaxation Center must be revived periodically for a mandatory physical and mental wellness exercise. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, look up at the ceiling. Good. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, look down at the floor.
Is this how they do controller calibration?
Good. This completes the gymnastic portion of your mandatory physical and mental wellness exercise.
You want to reverse your controls?
There's a framed painting on the wall. Please go stand in front of it. This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Okay.
You should now feel mentally reinvigorated. If you suspect staring at art has not provided the required intellectual sustenance, reflect briefly on this classical music. Good. Now please return to your bed.
What else have we got here? All right. CRT. Can't interact with any of this. This is pretty much Hotel Dusk. This is the pretty much the exact same layout.
Good morning. You have been in suspension for 9999999. This courtesy call is
Hello?
to inform you that
Anyone
all
in
test
there?
subjects should vacate the enrichment
Hello?
center immediately. Any test subject
Are you
non-emergent
gonna
from
open the
suspension
door
at this time
at any
will be
time?
assumed to have exercised his...
Ah! Ah! Oh, God. You look good. Looking good, actually. Are you okay? Are you... Don't answer that. I'm absolutely sure you're fine. There's plenty of time for you to recover. Just take it slow.
Please prepare for emergency evacuation.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Prepare. That's all I'm saying. Prepare. It's all fine. All right? Don't move. I'm going to get us out of here. Oh, you might want to hang on to something. Word of advice. Up to you.
Uh,
You all right down there? Can you hear me? Hello? Most test subjects do experience some cognitive deterioration after a few months in suspension. Now, you've been under for quite a lot longer, and it's not out of the question that you might have a very minor case of serious brain damage. But don't be alarmed, all right? Although if you do feel alarmed, try to hold on to that feeling, because that is the proper reaction to being told that you've got brain damage. Do you understand what I'm saying at all? Does any of this make any sense? Just tell me, just say yes. Okay, what you're doing there is jumping. You just jumped. But never mind. Say apple. Apple. Okay, you know what? That's close enough. Just hold tight.
All reactor
okay.
core safeguards are now non-functional. Please prepare for reactor core meltdown.
well, let me crouch.
Okay, look, I wasn't
Okay.
going to mention this to you, but I'm in pretty hot water here. How you doing down there? You still holding on? The reserve power ran out, so of course the whole relaxation centre stops waking up the bloody test subjects. Hold on, this is a bit tricky. And of course, nobody tells me anything. No, why should you tell me anything? Why should I be kept informed? You know, about the life functions of the 10,000 bloody test subjects I'm supposed to be in charge of. Right, it's close. Can you see? Am I gonna make it through? Have I got enough space? Just gotta get through here. Okay, I just gotta concentrate. And whose fault do you think it's gonna be when the management comes down here and finds 10,000 flipping vegetables? Alright, see, no, I hear that one. I hear that one. Okay, listen, we should get our stories straight, alright? If anyone asks, and no one's gonna ask, don't worry, but if anyone asks, tell them as far as you know, the last time you checked, everyone looked pretty much alive. Alright? Not dead. Okay, almost there. On the other side of that wall is one of the old testing tracks. There's a piece of equipment in there that we're gonna need to get out of here. I think this is a docking station. Get ready. Good news, that is not a docking station. So there's one mystery solved. I'm going to attempt a manual override on this wall. Could get a bit technical. Hold on. Almost there. Remember, you're looking for a gun that makes holes. Not bullet holes, but don't worry, you'll figure it out. Seriously, do hold on this time. Here we go. Now, I'll be honest, you are probably in no fit state to run this particular type of cognitive gauntlet. But at least you're a good jumper. So you got that, you got the jumping on your side. Just do your best, and I'll meet you up ahead.
Okay.
Good luck.
Oh, jeez.
Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Enrichment Center. We are currently experiencing technical difficulties due to circumstances of potentially apocalyptic significance beyond our control. However, thanks to emergency testing protocols, testing can continue. These pre-recorded messages will provide instructional and motivational support so that science can still be done, even in the event of environmental, social, economic, or structural collapse. The portal will open and emergency testing will begin in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, hey. Okay. Like, this probably is Chell again? Alright. I remember this. So this was the beginning of Portal 1. Okay. Alright. I forgot to... I'm not sure if this is even needed in this game. So, okay, duck is control. Alright, toggle zoom. Let's make that the same as Half-Life 1, 2. Not sure I even need those, but sure. Okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah, this looks like the old Portal 1 testing lab.
Cube and button-based testing remains an important tool for science, even in a dire emergency. If cube and button-based testing caused this emergency, don't worry. The odds of this happening twice are very slim. Please note the incandescent particle field across the exit. This Aperture Science Material Emancipation Grill will vaporize any unauthorized equipment that passes through it.
Alright, so this is most certainly not GLaDOS. So I guess they have some sort of backup AI. Also, the elevators are different from Portal 1. That's new.
If you feel liquid running down your neck, relax, lie on your back, and apply immediate pressure to your temples. You are simply experiencing a rare reaction in which the Material Emancipation Grill may have emancipated the ear tubes inside your head.
Okay. Man. So this definitely looks better than Portal 1. Okay, certainly need this. Okay. Right. This one. Okay.
Good. Because of the technical difficulties we are currently experiencing, your test environment is unsupervised. Before re-entering a relaxation vault at the conclusion of testing, please take a moment to write down the results of your test. An Aperture Science Reintegration Associate will revive you for an interview when society has been rebuilt.
This seems safe. All right, so there's a variable zoom function in this. It looks like. Also, they have proper load screens for this now, which none of the other ones had. They just
The Earth
kind
is
of
currently
paused.
governed by a manner of animal king, sentient cloud, or other governing body that either refuses to or is incapable of listening to reason.
Animal King take over. Okay. That's a turret, but all right. Yeah.
Hey, you made it! There should be a portal device on that podium over there. I can't see it though. Maybe it fell off. Do you want to go and have a quick... Oh!
Oh.
Hello?
Okay.
Can you see the portal gun? Also, are you alive? That's important. Should have asked that first. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to work on the assumption that you're still alive, and I'm just going to wait for you up ahead.
All right. There it is.
I'll wait 1 hour, then I'll come back, and assuming I can locate your dead body, I'll bury you. All right?
hell?
Brilliant. Go team. See you in an hour, hopefully. Not dead.
Okay. And That's supposed to be Gladys? Sure. Alright. That's some neat art. Okay. So this is the story of Portal 1, I guess. Sure.
Some emergency testing may require prolonged interaction with lethal military androids. Rest assured that all lethal military androids have been taught to read and provided with one copy of the Laws of Robotics to share.
So this game also has actual music, unlike Portal 1. Portal 1 didn't really have music. It also looks like you can see other portals through walls now. Yeah, so you can tell where those are now.
Good. If you feel that a lethal military android has not respected your rights as detailed in the Laws of Robotics, please note it on your self-reporting form. A future Aperture Science Entitlement Associate will initiate the appropriate grievance filing paperwork. This next test is very dangerous. To help you remain tranquil in the face of almost certain death, smooth jazz will be deployed in 3, 2, 1.
That was very stressful. Hey. Is there another one? Oh. Those. I'm trying to. Oh man. Okay. It's gonna be a long night, you guys.
Great work. Because this message is pre-recorded, any observations related to your performance are speculation on our part. Please disregard any undeserved compliments.
Oh. Like I literally just played these test chambers like 4 days ago. But as I established earlier, I can't even remember what I had for lunch, so. All right.
If the Enrichment Center is currently being bombarded with fireballs, meteorites, or other objects from space, please avoid unsheltered testing areas wherever a lack of shelter from space debris does not appear to be a deliberate part of the test.
Huh. Hey, Aquas. You never got around to playing through this? Oh man, this one's great. I highly recommend this one. Like, if I had to rate all of the Half-Life and Half-Life adjacent stuff like Portal 1 and Portal 2, this one is probably the best out of all of them. So I'd highly recommend it. Okay. And that's just going off of, like, when I played this game 7 years ago at this point, I guess. I remember really, like, Oh, your video card, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that'd probably do it. I guess this, when was this? 2011? Yeah, that was kind of a weird transitional time for video cards too. Let's see. And yeah, this game is like practically free. Actually, it is. It is literally free right now, actually. Or at least the Half-Life series is. I don't know about Portal games, but the Half-Life games are actually literally free right now. Probably gonna have to jump over there and grab it in midair. I don't remember having to do that in Portal 1.
Well done. The Enrichment Center reminds you that although circumstances may appear bleak, you are not alone.
ALCC.
All Aperture Science personality constructs will remain functional in apocalyptic, low-power environments of as few as 1.1 volts.
Yep, like co-op with Aquas. Yep. No, I'm not planning on doing the co-op. Plus, that would unnecessarily complicate things for both of us.
This next test applies the principles of momentum to movement through portals. If the laws of physics no longer apply in the future, God help you.
All right. We still do. Yeah. All right. Still do that. Yeah, apparently the co-op is really good, but just going off of my experience with the single player, even the single player is amazing. Okay, I'm not sure if portal peeking is still a thing in this one. So can I do... Okay, it just boops you out in this one. Okay. So that's there permanently. Oh, this is... Okay. We have to think with portals on this one. Okay.
If you are a non-employee who has discovered this facility amid the ruins of civilization, welcome. And remember, testing is the future, and the future starts with you.
Okay, I guess we're getting a second portal. Okay, I gotta get up there. Yeah, it's apparently it's like 2 halves of the game. Like that's how long the co-op is. And I think if you have 2 mice or something, you could do 1 player 2 controller co-op. Like I seem to recall people speedrunning that. And that looked a little too intense for me. Okay, looks like we're going over there. Alright, now we got that. Hopefully that down to there. Actually, that. It's a little bit shorter there. Okay. Okay. And then... Okay. And... Be about there, looks like.
Good work getting this far, future starter. That said, if you are simple-minded, bold, or irradiated in such a way that the future should not start with you, Please return to your primitive tribe and send back someone better qualified for testing. To ensure that sufficient power remains for core testing protocols, all safety devices have been disabled. The Enrichment Center respects your right to have questions or concerns about this policy.
Hey! Oi! I'm up here! Oh, brilliant! You did find a portal gun! Do you know what? It just goes to show, people with brain damage are the real heroes in the end, aren't they, at the end of the day? Brave. Pop a portal on that wall behind me there, and I'll meet you on the other side of the room. Just pop a portal right behind me there, and come on through to the other side. Okay, listen, let me lay something on you here. It's pretty heavy. They told me never, never, ever to disengage myself from my management rail or I would die. But we're out of options here, so get ready to catch me, alright, on the off chance that I'm not dead the moment I pop off this thing. On 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3! That's high. It's too high, isn't it, really, that? Alright, going on 3 just gives you too much time to think about it. Let's go on 1 this time. Okay, ready? 1. Catch me, catch! Ow! Ow. I am not dead. I'm not dead. I can't move then. That's the... Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Great. Plug me into that stick on the wall over there, yeah? And I'll show you something. You'll be impressed by this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't do it if you're watching. Seriously, I'm not joking. Could you just turn around for a second? Alright, you can turn around now. Bam! Secret panel. That I opened while your back was turned. Pick me up, let's... And off we go.
Hey.
Look at this! No rail to tell us where to go. Oh, this is brilliant. We can go wherever we want. Just... Hold on though, where are we going? Seriously. Hang on, let me just get my bearings. Just follow the rail, actually. Oh no. Yes, hello, no, we're not stopping. Don't make eye contact, whatever you do. No, thanks, we're good. Appreciate it. Keep moving, keep moving.
Hello? Hello?
All right. And these loading screens. Forgot how many of them there are. It's kind of breaks up the action a little too much.
Bring you up to speed on something right now. In order to escape, we're going to have to go through her chamber, and she will probably kill us if she's awake. If you want to just call it quits, we could just sit here forever. That's an option. Option A, sit here, do nothing. Option B, go through there, and if she's alive, she'll almost certainly kill us. So, if you've got any reservations whatsoever about this plan, now would be a tremendous time to voice them. Right now. In case you thought to yourself, I've missed the window of time to voice my reservations. It's still open.
It's a big chamber in the middle of...
Okay, I'm gonna lay my cards on the table. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go in there. Don't go in there. She's off. She's off. Don't panic over her. She's off. All fine. On we go.
Okay. This is the final
There
boss.
she is.
Final boss
What
chamber.
a nasty piece of work she was, honestly. Like a proper maniac. Do you know who ended up taking her down in the end? You're not going to believe this. A human. I know. I wouldn't have believed either. Apparently this human escaped and nobody's seen him since. Then there was a sort of long chunk of time where absolutely nothing happened. And then there's us escaping now. So that's pretty much the whole story. You're up to speed. Don't touch him.
Alright.
Okay, down these stairs. Jump! Actually, look at it. That's quite a distance, isn't it? Okay, you know what? Go ahead and jump. You've got braces on your legs, so you're all set. Although no braces on your arms, though. So you're going to have to rely on the old human strength to keep a grip on the device and, by extension, me. So do. Ah! Oh, still held. Still being held. That's a great job. You've applied the grip. We're all fine. That's tremendous. Ah! I just looked down. I do not recommend it. Ah! I've just done it again. This is the main breaker room. Let's go in.
So, there's more writing in the first half an hour of Portal 2 than like most of Half-Life 2 in the entire game.
Look for a switch that says escape pod. All right, don't touch anything else. Not interested in anything else. Don't touch anything else. Don't even look at anything else. Just, well, obviously you've got to look at everything else to find the escape pod. But as soon as you look at something that doesn't say escape pod, look at something else. Look at the next thing. All right, but don't touch anything else or look at anything. Well, look at other things, but don't. You understand? Can you see it anywhere? I can't see it anywhere. Tell you what, plug me in and I'll turn the lights on.
Yeah. No, he's stuck
light.
to you.
That's, God. He's quoting God. Oh, look at that! Turning. Ominous. But probably fine, as long as it doesn't start, moving up. Now. Escape pod. It's moving up. Okay, no, don't worry.
Uh-oh.
I've got it. Slow it down. No, makes it go faster. Uh-oh.
Power up initiated.
Okay, don't panic. All right, stop panicking. I can still stop this. Oh, there's a password. Okay, it's fine. I'll just hack it. Not a problem. C. Wait, did I do B? Do you have a pen? Start writing these down.
Power up complete.
I don't. Okay. Listen. All right, new plan. Act natural. You've done nothing wrong. Hello.
Oh, it's you.
You know her?
It's been a long time. How have you been? I've been really busy being dead. You know, after you murdered me.
You did what? Oh no! Oh no! Ah!
Okay, look, we both said a lot of things that you're going to regret. But I think we can put our differences behind us. For science, you monster. I will say, though, that since you went to all the trouble of waking me up, you must really, really love to test. I love it too. There's just one small thing we need to take care of first.
A loading screen.
Here we are, the incinerator room. Be careful not to trip over any parts of me that didn't get completely burned when you threw them down here. The dual portal device should be around here somewhere. Once you find it, we can start testing, just like old times.
Okay. Ourselves a turret. Oh, jeez. Alright. Can't take a peepo with us.
There it is. Hold on. There. Good. You have a dual portal device. There should be a way back to the testing area up ahead. Once testing starts, I'm required by protocol to keep interaction with you to a minimum. Luckily, we haven't started testing yet. This will be our only chance to talk. Here, let me get that for you. Do you know the biggest lesson I learned from what you did? I discovered I have a sort of black box quick save feature. In the event of a catastrophic failure, the last 2 minutes of my life were preserved for analysis. I was able, well, forced really, to relive you killing me again and again, forever. You know, if you'd done that to somebody else, they might devote their existence to exacting revenge. Luckily, I'm a bigger person than that. I'm happy to put this all behind us and get back to work. After all, we've got a lot to do, and only 60 more years to do it. More or less. I don't have the actuarial tables in front of me.
Hey, Zach.
I'll just move that out of the way for you. This place really is a wreck. But the important thing is you're back. With me. And now I'm on to all your little tricks. So there's nothing to stop us from testing for the rest of your life. After that, who knows? I might take up a hobby. Reanimating the dead, maybe.
Main call. Spiteful, yeah, and also the recording of the voice actors for GLaDOS has a lot more like there's a lot more mouth sounds in her voice that I've noticed that weren't there in Portal 1.
Sorry about the mess. I've really let the place go since you killed me. By the way, thanks for that.
Sarcasm self-text complete.
Oh good, that's back online. I'll start getting everything else working while you perform this first, simple test, which involves deadly lasers and how test subjects react when locked in a room with deadly lasers.
Dramatic reading of Half-Life 3. I'm making it in RPG Maker, don't you worry. Coming soon. TM. Okay. Alright, so need a laser there. Need that there, and then... Yeah? Yeah.
Not bad. I forgot how good you are at this. You should pace yourself, though. We have a lot of tests to do.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that... I think it's kind of unfortunate that Half-Life 3 story dump happened, because what if they actually make it
this
now
next
and
test involves
you know what happens?
Discouragement redirection cubes. I just finished building them before you had your, well, episode. So now we'll both get to see how they work. There should be one in the corner.
Yeah. Okay. This. Okay. Alright, so I need that cube now. How can I do this? There is no... Guess I can... Alright, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez. Okay. Alright, we're good.
Well
Oh,
done.
okay.
Here come the test results. You are a horrible person. That's what it says. A horrible person. We weren't even testing for that.
Yeah, I remember
Don't
seeing a
let
news
that
story about
horrible
the
person thing discourage you.
script leak.
It's just a data point. If it makes you feel any better, science has now validated your birth mother's decision to abandon you on a doorstep.
Hey, Boix. How was the wild breeding today, Boix? Alright, so let's get up there. Okay. Yeah, Gladys is a little upset. Though rightfully so. Alright. There. Eh.
Congratulations. Not on the test. Most people emerge from suspension terribly undernourished. I want to congratulate you on beating the odds and somehow managing to pack on a few pounds.
You're dying to a Lionel. I'm assuming that's the one in the water area, because that's the one that I got owned by over and over and over again when I played the game. Yep, pretty much everybody gets wrecked by that Lionel.
One moment. You are navigating these test chambers faster than I can build them, so feel free to slow down and do whatever it is you do when you're not destroying this facility.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild is fantastic. Like, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do with the sequel. So I haven't played the DLC for Breath of the Wild, so that's going to be a stream game at some point to do all that. Because back when I did my playthrough of it when it came out, the DLC wasn't out. I'm assuming that stops. Okay. This. Okay, I might be able to just... It's over. Don't stand in the beam. Of course. Shit. Okay, I can go get another one. Yeah, I did that too at the marble room. You just kind of pinball it in there. So there's no surface in there. Okay. All right, so looks like I gotta ride this over.
Give you credit. I guess you are listening to me. But for the record, you don't have to go that slowly. Waddle over to the elevator and we'll continue the testing.
Dang. Yeah, and when I played through Breath of the Wild, I played it on Wii U first, and then on Switch, and I kind of preferred the Wii U version. But then I tried it again recently with the patched version on Switch, and they improved performance, I guess, enough for me to tolerate it more on Switch. But I don't know. I kind of like the big old chunky controller on the Wii U, and preferred that over the Switch controllers.
This next test involves the Aperture Science Aerial Faceplate. It was part of an initiative to investigate how well test subjects could solve problems when they were catapulted into space. Results were highly informative. They could not. Good luck.
Okay. Alright, I think I gotta turn up my mouse speed here for this. Okay, so that's where we're... Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright, so it looks like those launch you a set distance. Okay, so we need a... We need a cube somewhere. Okay, there's one up there. Alright, that drops a cube. So it looks like I have to drop it and catch it in midair. Got him.
Here's an interesting fact. You're not breathing real air. It's too expensive to pump this far down. We just take carbon dioxide out of a room, freshen it up a little, and pump it back in. So you'll be breathing the same room full of air for the rest of your life. I thought that was interesting.
Okay. Have I tried Breath of the Wild on emulator? No, because it's kind of a pain in the ass getting your hands on the game files to do that.
Advanced aerial faceplates. Well, have fun soaring through the air without a care in the world. I have to go to the wing that was made entirely of glass and pick up 15 acres of broken glass. By myself.
Like, I've seen the footage of what it looks like, with like 60 FPS and 4K and all that, and it looks great. But it's just too much of a hassle to get all that set up, so haven't tried it myself. Okay, so we've got more launchers here, so it looks like it's gonna land directly on the launchers. So I need a portal there, so I gotta think fast here. Huh. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm still cleaning out the test chambers, so sometimes there's still trash in them, standing around, smelling and being useless. Try to avoid the garbage hurtling towards you. Remember before when I was talking about smelly garbage standing around being useless? That was a metaphor. I was actually talking about you. And I'm sorry. You didn't react at the time, so I was worried it sailed right over your head, which would have made this apology seem insane. That's why I had to call you garbage a second time just now.
It's writing. Get me to the burn ward.
Did you know that people with guilty consciences are more easily startled by loud noises? I'm sorry, I don't know why that went off. Anyway, just an interesting science fact.
Alright, so we got more lasers. We got a companion cube.
Oh, did I accidentally fizzle that before you could complete the test? I'm sorry. Go ahead and grab another one.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, no. I fizzled that one too. Oh well. We have warehouses full of the things. Absolutely worthless. I'm happy to get rid of them.
Oh, okay. Yep. Alright, so we gotta get that. Why doesn't it have any robotic filter applied to it? I don't know. Maybe because they're the new generation robot, I guess? I don't know. I'm assuming because GLaDOS was the first, and she's a rougher build, I guess, or something.
Every test chamber is equipped with an emancipation grill at its exit, so that test subjects cannot smuggle test objects out of the test area. This one is broken. Don't take anything with you.
Hey. Alright, achievement unlocked. Apparently I didn't do this when I first played the game.
I think that one was about to say, I love you. They are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
Yo, this is the lab. I think they actually have this animation in it.
Grills. Remember, I told you about them in the last test area that did not have one. Oh no, the turbines again. I have to go. Wait, this next test does require some explanation. Let me give you the fast version. There, if you have any questions, just remember what I said in slow motion. Test on your own recognizance. I'll be right back.
Okay. Alright. Simple enough. So a laser can go through there. Oh, just... Okay. And okay, but we need that. Oh, okay. Oh, there's a circle. We can slow it down here, probably. I know that apparently like deaf people, or no, blind people. Blind people, some of them their hearing gets so good that they actually can process speech that quick. That's so cool that they can understand human speech sped up to like 500 times or whatever it is. Okay, so that opened that. Oh, you're probably supposed to. All right, I get it. So you don't do that at all. You have to do this. And oh, wait. Okay, not quite that. You have to do this and then this. To do this. Okay. All right, we did it. Okay, chapter 3. Assuming you can't, it doesn't let you jump up there. Okay.
Well, I'm back. The aerial faith plate in here is sending a distress signal. You broke it, didn't you? There. Try it now.
Believe what happened, right? I was just lying there. You thought I was done.
This plate must not be calibrated to someone of your generousness. I'll add a few zeros to the maximum weight. You look great, by the way. Very healthy. Try it now.
Right? Couldn't believe it either.
You seem to have defeated its load-bearing capacity. Well done. I'll just lower the ceiling.
Oh, you're supposed to do that. So that's how we get up there to the exit. To open the exit, we need that. And then for that, we need... button over there. Yeah, you're good to post it. No problem. Okay. Right. Probably have to do that. Well, can't have to do this. Huh, okay. Sure. Okay. So this. That. That. Well, okay, that powered up that, but then I still have to. Okay. Okay. Let's see what this looks like from up here. Okay, alright.
Look at you, sailing through the air majestically, like an eagle, piloting a blimp.
Okay, alright, good. Yeah, this whole part of the game is just one big roast. It's pretty great.
Enjoy this next test. I'm going to go to the surface. It's a beautiful day out. Yesterday I saw a deer. If you solve this next test, maybe I'll let you ride an elevator all the way up to the break room. And I'll tell you about the time I saw a deer again.
Oh, if you think this is amazing, just you wait for La Milana. Just you wait. Which, probably gonna be maybe at the very end of the month, depending on how things go. Alright, we can... Yeah. Okay. Some more jump pads down there. We got portals down there. Surfaces up there. And then this is going to require a collector cube. Okay, and that lowers this, but I'm not sure what that accomplishes. Okay. So nothing doing over there. That's not going to get me anywhere. Like, I can always jump down and launch myself somewhere, but from where am I going to be launching to? So I guess I could just jump down and have it launch me straight up. But that's, oh, maybe this one. Maybe that will get me over there if I do this. Okay. Alright, so we got that. And I guess we can break that beam with this. Okay. Alright, so right this here. Break this beam like that. And then ride that up to there, and then there up to there. And then that bounces me up there. Okay. Alright. This with a reflector cube, which will bounce up to us. Okay. And then I need the blue portal right about there. Put this here. I can probably take this. Okay. Got him.
Well, you passed the test. I didn't see the deer today. I did see some humans. But with you here, I've got more test subjects than I'll ever need.
Hard light beams. Okay.
These bridges are made from natural light that I pump in from the surface. If you rubbed your cheek on one, it would be like standing outside with the sun shining on your face. It would also set your hair on fire, so don't actually do it.
Okay. We can portal with them. Okay. Alright, this mechanic wasn't in Portal 1. So those are portable surfaces, so maybe I can make a... It's probably something down here. Okay, so we need to catch that, maybe? in there. Oh, back there. Sure. Alright, so we need to get that over here. Oh, I gotta go through this little tunnel thing to get there. Okay. I see. Likely that. And then this. Hey, Rooster. All right. And then here, it's this. Okay. All right, got it. Effort. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, I could have just gone that way. I'm not
Excellent.
thinking with portals.
You're a predator, and these tests are your prey. Speaking of which, I was researching sharks for an upcoming test. Do you know who else murders people who are only trying to help them? Did you guess sharks? Because that's wrong. The correct answer is nobody. Nobody but you is that pointlessly cruel.
I like him too. I did my first playthrough of Portal 1 the other day. Oh, I think it was 90 minutes for the whole thing.
Good news. I figured out what to do with all the money I saved recycling your one room full of air. When you die, I'm going to laminate your skeleton and pose you in the lobby. That way future generations can learn from you how not to have your unfortunate bone structure.
And yeah, I played this in 2013, but I remember very little of it, so this is practically blind. Well, Portal 1's a short game. It's not like that game takes forever to do.
The door's malfunctioning. I guess somebody's going to have to repair that too. No, don't get up. I'll be right back. Don't touch anything.
Hey, hi! Up here! I found some bird eggs up here. Just dropped them into the door mechanism. Shut it right down. Bird! 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 Okay, that's probably the bird in it that laid the eggs. Livid. Okay, look, the point is, we're gonna break out of here, alright? Very soon, I promise, I promise. I just have to figure out how to break us out of here. Here she comes, just keep testing. Remember, you never saw me, never saw me.
I went and spoke with the door mainframe. Let's just say he won't be, well, living anymore. Anyway, back to testing.
Well, then don't read the captions. It's easy. I like having captions because sometimes it makes it easier to understand what's going on. Plus, for the hard of hearing viewers. I'm gonna do this. This? Oh, geez. Okay. Oh, yep. Yep, there's us. Yep. Okay. Oh, geez. Did I... Okay, I can do this. Can I? Okay. Alright, we good. Okay. Which switch? It's right click, I think? Okay. Not gonna get our first death here. Oh, I need a cube. Shit. Okay, this... Alright, this is fine. Okay, right click. There, sure. I like this zoom function they give you in this too. That's really helpful. Okay. All right, and then okay, I think I can. Yeah. All right.
Well done. In fact, you did so well, I'm going to note this on your file, in the commendation section. Oh, there's lots of room here. Did well. Enough.
Man, there's so much detail in this game. Like even more so than Half-Life 2 Episode 2.
This next test involves turrets.
Oh, great.
You remember them, right? They're the pale spherical things that are full of bullets. Oh wait, that's you in 5 seconds. Good luck.
He's not spherical. He's like oblong. Sure. Wait, okay.
Shutting down.
Yeah, I understand. It's kind of the trade-off. You either have comedic timing, or you have dialogue that
Who are you?
can be understood by
Blame you.
most of the audience. Yeah, the blue guy is from Space Quest 3. It is Fester Blatz. Normally the eye part is taller, but I cut down on the vertical part of his eye stalks to make it emote sized. Space Quest 3 and Space Quest 6. Hey, these turrets deserve it. Oh, there's another cube. Alright, well, this works too. Eh? Got him.
Target lost. Put me down. Malfunction.
Yep.
No hard feelings.
Yeah, Gladys is straight up mean in this one. Oh. Hi, Toaster. How's the Portal 2 going? It is great, just like all the other Portals. I have played through this one before. For full disclosure, I played through this in 2013, but I can't remember most of what happened.
Cycle. I simulate daylight at all hours and add adrenal vapor to your oxygen supply. So you may be confused about the passage of time. The point is, yesterday was your birthday. I thought you'd want to know.
Can't portal those. Okay, gotta... Alright, so we need this to shoot through one of them, and then... Okay, so I can get 2 with the beam, and then I'll have to portal the 3rd.
You know how I'm going to live forever, but you're going to be dead in 60 years? Well, I've been working on a belated birthday present for you. Well, more of a belated birthday medical procedure. Well, technically, it's a medical experiment. What's important is it's a present.
Okay. So this right about here would have been where the credits started rolling in
That jumpsuit
Portal
you're
1.
wearing looks stupid. That's not me talking. It's right here in your file. On other people it looks fine. But right here a scientist has noted that on you it looks stupid. Well, what does a neck-bearded old engineer know about fashion? He probably... Oh, wait. It's a she. Still, what does she know? Oh, wait. It says she has a medical degree. In fashion. From France.
Okay. Yeah, we're already past how long Portal 1 was. Okay, this is looking like our first death here. So we need to... Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright, so if we do this, we can... Well, we knocked over one. I was hoping we could knock over the rest. Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright, we're fine. Well, I am thinking with portals, I'm just a very slow thinker. Okay, so that's gonna be our portal generator. And then we use that to block the fire of that one. And then... And then get shot.
Are you still there? Nap time. Search, is anyone there?
Okay.
Uh-oh. I don't blame critical error.
Okay. And then this one in... Okay. Yeah. And
Put me down.
keep that over there. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We're going for 0 deaths here.
Hello.
How is this not a... Okay. Alright, so that'll... That'll keep us safe from that. Okay. We're gonna have to give up our light bridge at some point. Unless I can... So I need to get that key. So I have to get above there. Okay. So I probably need to put a light bridge to stop my path there. Or where would I? Oh. Like that. Okay. Alright. Be thinking with portals. I have a feeling this is gonna go horribly wrong. Okay, I can just knock this all over here. Okay. And then when I open that with this, those are gonna power up. So I have to do this and then go around this way. Oh, not quite what I want to do.
Nap time.
Okay, can't quite go.
Activated. Searching. I don't hate you. I don't blame you.
I'm going
Got
through
it.
the list of test subjects in cryogenic storage. I managed to find 2 with your last name. A man and a woman. So that's interesting. It's a small world.
Okay.
I have a surprise waiting for you after this next test. Telling you would spoil the surprise. So I'll just give you a hint. It involves meeting 2 people you haven't seen in a long time.
Okay.
Who's there? Are you still there? Good night. Searching. Who's there? You are. Are you still lost?
All right. All right. They deserve this. Okay, left click. Portal.
Are you still there?
Okay. This over here.
Hello.
Okay. Surprise turrets here. Okay.
It says this next test was designed by one of Aperture's Nobel Prize winners. It doesn't say what the prize was for. Well, I know it wasn't for being immune to neurotoxin.
Okay. Oh, that's right. GLaDOS took over the facility. This. That. Okay, I think I need to... Alright, I gotta take this with me. I need to do this. Put that down. Do this. Put this in the path of the beam. And right click up there.
I bet you think I forgot about your surprise. I didn't. In fact, we're headed to your surprise right now. After all these years, I'm getting choked up just thinking about it.
Okay. Alright, surprise, huh? Is it turrets? Cake?
Initiating surprise in 3, 2, 1. I made it all up. Surprise. Oh, come on. If it makes you feel any better, they abandoned you at birth. So I very seriously doubt they'd even want to see you.
Alright. Okay. Oh, I think I remember this test chain. I'm pretty sure this is where I died the first time when I played this years ago. I seem to recall this part. Okay, so to get the door open, we need to hit 5 markers and that. So those 4 and that with this. There's a safe spot from the turret there. There's 2 reflector cubes. There's 2 bounce pads. Okay, so that's where we release one of the cubes. Yeah, if I ever remember a room, it's because I had trouble with it. You have to have all 2 of my brain cells working overtime for this one. Okay. So I think first things first, I want to go over there and not fall into the pit. Good. Alright. And then I probably have to catch one of those with this. How I catch it, I'm not sure though. It doesn't look like I can knock over that turret. Okay, how am I gonna catch that with the light bridge? Oh, like this, probably. Okay. Okay, we have two reflectors now. Okay, so what am I gonna do with all that then? Okay. So it looks like I have to put a reflector box down there because there's no portable surface over there. So let's just put this right here now. Like this. Okay. Okay. Oh, great. Am I gonna... Oh, no way. Shit. Okay, can I... Oh, fuck! Alright. Get it. Get it. There we go. Okay. And then I need to... I need to put it like over there, but then that... So I can maybe roast the turret from here? Maybe? Like, maybe you're supposed to... like, use the light bridge to make cover, maybe? And then... give the turret the business. This doesn't seem right, but okay. All right, so that removes the turret problem. Hey, Colin, enjoyed the game as much as you did? Well, I enjoyed this game a lot when I played it in 2013. So if you enjoyed it a lot, then I certainly will. Okay. But I remember very little of this game, so it
I feel awful about that surprise.
might as well be blind.
Tell you what, let's give your parents a call right now.
The birth parents you are trying to reach do not love you. Please hang up.
Oh, that's sad. But impressive. Maybe they worked at the phone company.
All right. So there we go. That wasn't so bad. Maybe I was remembering a different part.
Hey, how's it going? I talked my way onto the old nanobot work crew rebuilding this shaft. They are really small. So, I know, Jerry. No, I'm on a break, mate. On a break. Ow! Just hang in there for 5 more... What? Jerry, you can't fire me for that. Yes, Jerry. Or maybe your prejudiced worksite should have accommodated a nanobot of my size. Thanks for the hate crime, Jer. See you in court, mate. Anyway, look, just hang in there for 5 more chambers.
Okay.
Well, you know the old formula. Comedy equals tragedy plus time. And you have been asleep for a while, so I guess it's actually pretty funny when you do the math.
Yeah. I'm no mathologist, but that checks out. Okay. Alright. So I need a laser again. Alright, so we got a portable surface up there. Got one of those that I can't quite jump over to, so I don't think I can. Got one of those. What is up with this texture? Sure. Hopefully it's not my GPU overheating. It's at 44 degrees, so sure. So there's probably a surface over there. Alright. Oh, I can just... Okay. Let's just do this. Yep, my game is haunted. Surely that's gotta be it. Okay, we got another reflector up there. Alright, we gotta think with portals on this one. Oh, jeez. Okay. And then this. And I screwed it up already. Okay. Actually, I might be able to get that. Alright, hold up. I might be able to get this. A little bit of extra height with this. Maybe not. Okay. Wait, this isn't gonna work like I thought it would. Alright, surely there's some big drop somewhere. Either that or I have to throw a cube through there, maybe? Or I was on the right track and was just bad. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, okay. I don't get anywhere near close enough. Unless... Okay, what if I do this and turn to the... Okay, that's not gonna work either. Okay. Maybe I gotta use multiple reflectors here? Huh. Okay, well we... Ah. So there is this. And this will let us launch cubes into portals, but Or I guess I can launch myself over to here with that. But then I have to get over here somehow. And that's not gonna work. So I guess I can. Okay, I can do this. Huh. Okay. And then all right. This is this didn't accomplish anything. Yeah, just Portal 2 tonight is the plan. I was gonna try to do it, do the whole single player in one sitting. Okay, so that's okay, and if I get a cube over here, then I can do that. Yeah, we got a better view of the situation. It looks a whole lot like our old view, but it's new, I guess. Okay, so we can do that to get that cube over there. Okay. And oh, that's the wrong one. It's left click that I want to do. Okay. Where'd the cube go? Are you shitting me? What? Oh my god. Fucking hell. Okay. Alright, this, and then oh. Oh, that's right, I can, okay. Alright, we'll do it like that, and hope for the best this time. Okay, maybe if I really physics it into there. Okay, alright. We did it. Took a while. Alright. Thinking with portals. Okay. Alright. Now... Now I still need to get that. Okay, we can use that to accomplish that. if I can even aim it there. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right, the nightmare's over. I finished this
I
test
thought
chamber.
about our dilemma, and I came up with a solution that I honestly think works out best for one of both of us.
Yep. All right, we did it. That one test chamber was longer than Portal 1. Okay.
Federal regulations require me to warn you that this next test chamber is looking pretty good. That's right. The facility is completely operational again.
Okay. All right. Turrets. Yeah. All right, so this needs a cube here. And the other two need portals. So there can be a portal there and a portal there. Okay, can I steer this one to anything? Nope. And this one can't really accomplish much of that one either. Okay. Oh, I probably have to use one cube here into one of those three. Like that one, for instance. And then that's it for collector cubes. Assuming I can't do two at once here. Okay. So I have to... I can really only hit those two ones on the end with reflectors. Nothing will work like that. We have this other beam. Maybe I can... put one of these in front of the portal here? Oh, jeez. Okay, so it doesn't let anything pass through it. So it has to reflect it. If I just had another... Okay, maybe this one is just a red herring. And I don't need that one at all. Because I clearly have enough lasers and enough reflectors to do this. So with this one, I just can't... So I do have to use all 3 lasers. And maybe, like, this one needs to have the... Oh, fuck. Okay. I can only have 2 portals, so this is... Huh. And then, okay. So if I have that one there, and I can shine an additional laser through there, like this. And then this one. Okay, that one I can hit like that. Oh, I feel like I'm so close. Okay, if I put this one right in front of here to hit that one. Fuck. And then... Where's the other cube? Is there... Shit. Okay, I think maybe I have to have that like that. And... No. That clearly has to go like that. And then it's the... Okay, maybe I can move this to... Maybe this way? Okay, this will just shoot straight out that way. That's... Maybe I can bring a cube over here? That's not going to work either. So this one has to be redirected. And then I need this in such a way that I can... Okay, alright, hold on. So that'll guarantee getting the middle one. And this one can only get the middle one here either. Okay, so where else I can put this to? Because there's no angled surfaces. I can only go 90-degree angles. Putting it like there is not gonna do anything. So it's gotta be there. Gotta be. That's... Like, I could put... Alright, what if we... This... This... And then... Okay, did that do it? Did that do it? Yeah, I would. Hey, okay. I only have 2 brain cells to work with, you guys.
These test chambers look even better than they did before. It was easy, really. You just have to look at things objectively, see what you don't need anymore, and trim out the fat.
Alright. I'm furiously rubbing together my 2 brain cells. Sometimes they take a while to warm up. Ugh.
I've got a surprise for you after this next test. Not a fake, tragic surprise like last time. A real surprise with tragic consequences. And real confetti this time. The good stuff. Our last bag. Part of me's going to miss it. But at the end of the day, it was just taking up space.
Alright. No turrets. Okay. Alright, so other robot said that we had to survive for 4 more chambers. And I think this is the last one before we good. Okay, so that unlocks that. And what do we do with that? Okay, get that down. Whoa!
What's going on?
What?
Who turned off the lights?
Hey, buddy, I'm speaking in an accent that is beyond her range of hearing. I know.
Look, Metal Ball, I can hear you.
Run! I don't need to do the voice. Run! Run!
Oh.
Come on! Run! Come on! I'm closing the door. Okay, quick recap. We are escaping. Alright, that's what's happening now. We're escaping. So you're doing great. Just keep running. Quick word about the future plans that I've got in store. We're going to shut down her turret production line. Alright, turn off her neurotoxin and then confront her. Again, though, for the moment, run!
Okay.
Hurry, this way!
The irony is you were almost at the last test. Here it is. Why don't you just do it? Trust me, it's an easier way out than whatever asinine plan your friend came up with.
Oh, what? Come on, how stupid does she think we are?
You want me?
Oh!
Oh.
Run, for goodness sake!
Hey.
Come on! Come on! Ah! What's going on in there? Can you get out? We have to get you out of there! Try to make your way back out here!
Can't portal my way out of this situation. Yeah.
Is anyone there?
I heard gunfire! That's a bit late, but look out for gunfire. Probably doesn't help in this point, but I have at least tried. You're okay? Great, come on! This way, this way! Turret!
Yeah, the loading weirdness is unfortunate. Okay. Probably portal underneath it. Yep, okay.
Go! There's the exit! We're almost out of here! Bring in the whole place back! Hurry! This way!
All right. More load zones. You can tell this was a console game at some point. Good old 360 can't handle levels any bigger than these.
Ah, brilliant! You made it through. Well done. Okay, follow me. We've still got work to do. At least she can't touch us back here. What's happening? Okay. Okay, don't move. Okay, alright, so I've got an idea, but it is bloody dangerous. Here we go. Ah! Oh, for God's... They told me that if I ever turned this flashlight on, I would die. They told me that about everything. I mean, I don't even know why they bothered giving me this stuff if they didn't want me to use it. It's pointless. Mad.
Mad lad.
Ooh. It's dark down here, isn't it? They say that the old caretaker of this place went absolutely crazy. Chopped up his entire staff of robots. All of them robots. They say at night you can still hear the screams of their replicas. All of them functionally indistinguishable from the originals. No memory of the incident. Nobody knows what they're screaming about. Absolutely terrifying. Though obviously not paranormal in any meaningful way. Try to jump across. Let's keep moving. The factory entrance must be around here somewhere. Careful, careful. Wait, careful. Let me light this jump for you. Okay, this looks dangerous. I'll hold the light steady. Oh, nicely done.
Alright. Suddenly we Star Wars Episode 2.
Quick, this way. Here's an interesting story. You might like this. I almost got a job down here in manufacturing, but guess who the foreman went with? Only an exact duplicate of himself. Nepotism. Ended up giving me the worst possible job, tending to all the smelly humans. Sorry, that's no, I wouldn't say smelly. Just attending to the humans. Sorry about that. That just slipped out. I'm being sensitive. The smelly humans. Okay, we have to split up here for a moment. Portal up to that passage, and I'll see you on the other side. We've got to get you out of that room. Can you reach that wall back there? Okay, there's another wall over here. Oh, I'll tell you, humans, oh, love them. Just the way they look, it's great. And their folklore, wonderful and very colourful.
Talking.
Right. Well, I'm going to take this rail down the back way.
Oh.
See you at the bomb. Good luck.
Oh, geez. Okay. Oh. Well, there's probably drop onto that, maybe. Oh, jeez. Okay, all right, we're fine. We're fine. We're okay. This, all right, we're okay. Fuck. Okay. Okay, we're fine. We're. Oh. There goes the Deathless playthrough. Okay. Alright. Clearly I can just do this. There we go. Is that so hard? Yeah, perfect. Okay. I'm just shooting for less than 69 deaths, just like Half-Life 2. Because, hey, I beat Half-Life 2 Episode 2 with only 2 deaths, and one of them was bullshit. And not my fault. It wouldn't let me crouch during a section that I really needed to crouch, because there was an automated gun shooting at me.
Turret redemption lines active. Please do not engage with turrets heading towards redemption. Turret redemption lines are not rides. Please exit the turret redemption line.
Probably just get over there. Yep, all these peepos. This part is very Half-Life 1. Uh-oh.
I'm different. Thank you.
Oh. Uh-oh. Well. I saved it? I saved it. It lives down there now. Don't worry about it. It's in a better place with all the rest of the turrets. Upstate on the farm.
Target acquired.
Alright, stand back, everybody. No can do.
Target acquired.
So, what am I, supposed to do here? I'm trouble.
Target acquired.
Well, give it everything I can. Can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, it's not the fall that kills you. It's the landing. And if you never land, then you good, right?
Time to watch the match. Yeah, got it, didn't I? Anyone got any bullets?
Target acquired. Target acquired.
Well, I tried.
Target acquired. Target acquired.
Yeah!
All right.
Template. Response.
Hello.
Template. Response.
Hello.
Template. Response.
Not back there. No.
Ah.
Template. Response.
You know what? Oh, thank God! You saved my bacon, Tom. Where we go? Is this a jailbreak?
Response.
Can't say a thing. I can't say a thing. It just happened. Better open fire. Yeah.
Response. Template. Response.
Oh, brilliant! You made it through. Well done. Follow me. You're gonna love this.
Template. Response. Template. Response.
I think I have to get in there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Response.
Almost there. Ta-da! Only the turret control center. Thank you very much. Here, come and have a look out the window. Good.
Template.
See that scanner out there, right? It's deciding which turrets to keep and which to toss, and it's using that master turret there as a
Response.
template. Now, if we pull out the template turret, it'll shut down the whole production line.
Template.
Right,
Response.
I'm gonna have to hack the door so that we can get at it.
Template.
Technical,
Response.
you'll need to turn around while I do this. Done! Hacked.
Response.
Okay, go on, just pull that turret out.
Template. Response.
Well, that should do it.
Template missing. Continuing from memory.
Oh, it hasn't done it. What do you have? What are you?
Response.
Oh, brilliant! That's brilliant.
New template accepted.
If we're lucky, she won't find out all her turrets are crap until it's too late. Classic. Okay, keep your eye on the turret line. I'm gonna go and hack the door open.
Really? Alright.
Okay,
Template.
I'm about to start hacking.
Response.
It's a little bit more complicated than it looked from your side. It should take about 10
Template.
minutes. Keep one eye on the door.
Template. Response.
Hello. I don't understand.
Template. Response.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm a bad man.
Template. Response.
Hello.
Template.
You know when I
Response.
mentioned 10 minutes? A little bit optimistic.
Template. Response.
Hello.
Template. Response.
We get some eyes at some point? I am a bad man.
Template. Response.
I Don't have any bullets. You gonna give me bullets? Are there bullets up there?
Oh, good news!
Response.
Hello.
Template.
Hello.
Response.
Hello. Oh no.
Template.
Hello.
Response.
This door's actually pretty complicated. Oh, how long's the door been open? I mean, was there any sort of announcement before it opened, like a buzzer or an alarm of some kind, or like a hacker alert? I mean, yeah, fair enough. The important thing is it's open, but it's just mentioned in the future, cough or something.
Not just me. All right, fantastic. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Hey, Eric.
All right, now she can't use her turrets, so let's go and take care of that neurotoxin generator as well.
Neurotoxin. The YouTube players whack? Yeah. They do their best over YouTube. It's not very good, but hey.
Bring your daughter to work day. That did not end well.
Oh man.
And 40
Stop
potato
Matrix.
batteries. Embarrassing. I mean, I realise they're children, but still, you know, low-hanging fruit and all that. Barely science, really, is it?
Isn't this like 1,000 years in the future or something? You think a potato would look a little better than that? Yeah, this is absolutely science fair material here, though. Yep. Okay. Aperture branded multimeters. Nice. That would be cool if Valve actually produced those. I'd totally get one of those.
Volcano. Well, you know, at least it's not a potato battery, I'll give it that, but it's not terrifically original, is it? You know what I mean? Not exactly primary research, even within the child sciences. I'm guessing this wasn't one of the scientists' children. You know, I don't want to be snobby, but let's be honest, it's got manual labourer written all over it, hasn't it? I'm not saying they're not as good as the professionals, you know, they're just a lot dumber. Look at that, it's growing right up into the ceiling. The whole place is probably overrun with potatoes at this point, isn't it? At least you won't starve, though.
All right.
I'm pretty sure we're going the right way, just to reassure you.
Neurotoxin.
Don't worry, I'm absolutely guaranteeing you 100% that it's this way. No, it's not this way. Okay, let's try this way.
All right, another console loading zone. Be nice if they modified this to, you know, remove these from the PC version.
Ha! I knew we were going the right way. This is the neurotoxin generator. Bit bigger than I expected. Not going to be able to just, you know, push it over. Have to apply some cleverness. There's some sort of control room up at the top, so let's go and investigate.
Oh, those disappear. Okay. All right.
Ha! There's our handiwork. I shouldn't laugh, really. They do feel pain, of a sort. It's all simulated, you know. But real enough for them, I suppose. I'm afraid the door's locked. Just checked it. No way to hack it. What are you doing? We don't know what that button. Oh, the door's open. Well done. Let's see what's it. Good news. I can use this equipment to shut down the neurotoxin system. It is, however, password protected. Ah, alarm bells. No, don't worry. All right, not a problem for me. You may as well have no thank you while I work. Okay. Here we go.
Alright, so
is the figuring out how to start things.
so there's that.
It's always tricky.
That to get up there.
Games begin. Alright, what have we got? Computer. Not a surprise. Don't expect it. Let's check out the list. Computer identified. Tick.
So do I have any other portable surfaces here? Okay, I can't jump off of this.
Yes.
Um,
In case something useful comes up. Important words like password identified or something like that. And there's a flat bit. Not sure what that
there's
is.
that.
Noted. Anyone says to me, is there a flat bit? Yes, there it is. Do you smell neurotoxin? Hold on, the neurotoxin levels are going down. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Hold on, something's wrong. Neurotoxin levels up to 50%. No, it's down. Sorry, my mistake. I meant to say it's down 50%. It's good news. Carry on. That did it. Neurotoxin at 0%. Yes. Hold on.
Warning. Neurotoxin pressure has reached dangerously unlethal levels.
The tube's broken! We can ride it straight to her! I can't hold on! Come on! Come on, we have to go! Hurry! Get in! Hurry! Get in!
How? Oh,
Yeah.
like this. Okay.
This should take us right to her. I can't believe I'm finally doing this. Woo! I knew this would be fun. They told me it wasn't fun at all, so they said it's not fun at all. And I believed them. I don't have to fool to myself. Oh, I'm loving this. Whale of a time. This place is huge, and we're only seeing the top layer. It goes down for miles. All sealed off years ago, of course. We should be getting close. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on her face. No neurotoxin, no turrets. She'll never know what hit her. Hold on, because I might not have thought this next part completely through. Ah! Well, I'm going the wrong way. Get to her. I'll find you.
All right. That was the whole 60 seconds of no load zones.
Honestly, truly didn't think you'd fall for that. In fact, I devised a much more elaborate trap further ahead for when you got through this easy one. If I'd known you let yourself get captured this easily, I would have just dangled a turkey leg on a rope from the ceiling.
Shit.
Well, it was nice catching up. Let's get to business.
Can't flush the
You brought
toilet.
something stronger than a portal gun this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're about to become the immediate past president of the Being Alive Club. Seriously, though, goodbye.
It's my big chance. This is trouble. Here comes trouble. Locked and loaded. Oh, the second.
Oh, you were busy back there. Well, I suppose we could just sit in this room and glare at each other until somebody drops dead. But I have a better idea. It's your old friend, deadly neurotoxin. If I were you, I'd take a deep breath and hold it.
I remember the story gets drastically different past this part.
Hello.
I hate you so much.
Warning. Central core is 80% corrupt.
That's funny. I don't feel corrupt. In fact, I feel pretty good.
Alternate core detected.
Oh, that's me they're talking about.
To initiate a core transfer, please deposit substitute core in receptacle.
Core transfer. Oh,
Substitute core accepted. Substitute core, are you ready to start the procedure?
Yes.
Corrupted core, are you ready to start the procedure?
no.
Oh, yes, she is.
No.
Stalemate detected. Transfer procedure cannot continue.
Pull me
Yes.
out, pull me
Unless
out.
a stalemate associate is present to press the stalemate resolution button.
Pull me out. Leave me in. Leave me in. Don't press it.
Don't do it. Not so fast.
Uh.
Think about this. You need to be a trained stalemate associate to press that button. You're unqualified.
Okay, don't listen to her, all right? It is true that you don't have the qualifications, but you've got something far more important than that. A finger, all right, with which to press that button so that she will...
Impersonating a stalemate associate. I just added that to the list. It's a list I made of all the things you've done. Well, it's a list that I am making, because you're still doing things right now, even though I'm telling you to stop. Stop, by the way.
Okay, that's probably correct, but where it's incorrect is that while I've been stalling you, we just pressed the button. Use the moment of confusion I've just created to press the button.
Stalemate resolved.
Here we go!
Core transfer bay.
Wait, what if this hurts? What if this really hurts? I didn't think of that.
Oh, it will. Believe me, it will.
Are you just saying that, or is it really gonna hurt? You're just saying that, aren't you? No, you're not. It is gonna hurt, isn't it? Exactly how painful are we? Ah!
No, stop! No! 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 No!
Wow! Check me out, partner. We did it! I'm in control of the whole facility now. Whoa! Would you look at this? Not too bad, eh? Giant robot, massive. It's not just me, right? I am bloody massive, aren't I? Oh, right, yeah, the escape lift. I'll call it now. There we go. Lift called. Look how small you are down there. I could barely see you. Very tiny and insignificant. Wait, I've just thought of something. How am I going to get in? You know, being bloody massive and everything. Wait, I know. You get into the lift, okay? Then I'll eject myself out of my new body into the lift just as you pass by. Brilliant. It's perfect, except for all the gloves. Let me tell you, I knew it was going to be cool to be in charge of everything. But, wow, this is cool. And check this out. I'm a bloody genius now.
Estás usando este software de traducción de forma incorrecta. Por favor, consulte el manual.
I don't even know what I just said, but I can find out. Oh, sorry, no, the lift. Yes, sorry, I keep forgetting it. This body's amazing, seriously. I can't get over how small you are, but I'm huge. Actually, why do we have to leave right now? Do you have any idea how good this feels? I did this. Tiny little Wheatley did this.
You didn't do anything. She did all the work.
Oh, really? That's what the two of you think, is it? Well, maybe it's time I did something then.
What are you doing?
No! No! No!
And don't think I'm not onto you too, lady. You know what you are? Selfish. I've done nothing but sacrifice to get us here. And what have you sacrificed? Nothing. Zero. All you've done is boss me around. Well, now who's the boss? Who's the boss? It's me. Ah! See that? That is a potato battery. It's a toy for children. And now she lives in it. Sorry, what?
The engineers tried everything to make me behave, to slow me down. Once, they even attached an intelligence dampening sphere on me. It clung to my brain like a tumor, generating an endless stream of terrible ideas.
No, not listening, not listening.
It was your voice.
No, you're lying, you're lying.
You're the tumor. You're not just a regular moron. You're designed to be a moron.
I am not a moron!
Yes, you are. You're the moron they built to make me an idiot.
Well, how about now? Now who's a moron? Could a moron punch you into this pit? Ah! Could a moron do that? Uh-oh.
All right. Logo changes here. Okay.
Oh, hi. So, how are you holding up? Because I'm a potato. Oh, good. My slow clap processor made it into this thing. So we have that. Since it doesn't look like we're going anywhere, well, we are going somewhere, alarmingly fast, actually. But since we're not busy other than that, here's a couple of facts. He's not just a regular moron. He's the product of the greatest minds of a generation, working together with the express purpose of building the dumbest moron who ever lived. And you just put him in charge of the entire facility.
That sounds familiar.
Good, that's still working. Hey, just in case this pit isn't actually bottomless, do you think maybe you could unstrap one of those long fall boots of yours and shove me into it? Just remember to land on one foot.
Potato? Overwatch teammates. Yep. Hey, now would be a pretty good time for them to release Overwatch 2, right? Like anybody else is doing anything. Yeah, if you got long fall boots and plot armor, you're pretty much set. You're invulnerable. Alright, so this part of the game is where things get drastically different from Portal 1 and beginning bit of Portal 2. This I remember distinctly from a playthrough years ago. Yeah. So I came from down there. Condemned testing. Yeah. This is from 1961. Sitting at home writing the game, well, the lead lore guy for Overwatch quit. A couple weeks ago, I think. Or he's leaving the company for greener pastures. As they always say. It's like that. So now it's just our boy Tiggle Biddies putting in more big butts in the game. Big butts, no lore. That's how you do it. You love big butts? Well, then you're gonna love Overwatch. Available now on every console, including a console it probably should not be on. Did I just go backwards? I just went backwards. Okay. This awful. This looks awfully familiar. There. Here. Yeah, go do QA. Yeah, like, it's always brought up as like, oh man, QA is a dream job. You get to play video games all day. Like, nah, QA is like, you gotta play buggy and potentially really bad video games all day, and you can't play anything else. Where am I warping to here? Huh. Where do I go from here? Is this even where you're supposed to go? I've already been over there. That was nothing. Then there's this. Okay, this is... Alright. Found it. Huh. When the burning machines broke. Nice. I remember when I was, when I very briefly did QA, we were still using VCRs. You had to have a bunch of VHS tapes by your testing station and have it recording at all times. Even though, like, FFmpeg and digital recording totally existed around that time. This was like, oh geez, 2006 or so? So I did that. Still had to use VHS for everything. Yeah, back in the ye olde dark ages. Well, Anime Steven Seagal, what you pretty much described is glitch hunting and speedruns. That's essentially what it is. Which is why speedrunners make pretty good QA testers for games. Like, for example, when Final Fantasy XII The Zodiac Age came out, I spent many hours running up and down a small staircase on an airship trying to find the stupid hidden bow thing. I got out a lavalier microphone and attached it to my PS4 to listen for any sort of audio indication of it loading in this stupid invisible bow. And that's kind of stuff you gotta do for... Well, you don't have to get a microphone out for QA, but it's a similar deal. Hey? Alright, so we got 60s style posters for those. And then, of course, the it eventually was found how to get that stupid bow, but it broke the game so badly that it's like not even the preferred category to run anymore, because it just makes the run so trivial. All right. Main power entranceway, automated doors, lobby, and testing lounge. Yeah, that's a shitload of discs that gotta be produced.
Welcome, gentlemen, to Amateur Science. Astronauts, war heroes, Olympians, you're here because we want the best. And you are it. So, who is ready to make some science?
I am.
Now, you already met one another on the limo ride over, so let me introduce myself. I'm Cave Johnson. I own the place. That eager voice you heard is the lovely Carolyn, my assistant. Rest assured, she has transferred your honorarium to the charitable organization of your choice. Isn't that right, Carolyn?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
She's the backbone of this facility. Pretty as a postcard, too. Sorry, fellas. She's married. To science.
All right. So we gotta find some pictures of Spider-Man for Cave Johnson at some point. Alright, so we got something up there. Okay. And probably gotta use that for something. Get over there, maybe? So yeah, as you can see, very different tone and direction for this part of the game. Okay.
There's 1,000 tests performed every day here in our enrichment spheres. I can't personally oversee every one of them, so these pre-recorded messages will cover any questions you might have and respond to any incidents that may occur in the course of your science adventure. Your test assignment will vary depending on the manner in which you have bent the world to your will. Those of you helping us test the repulsion gel today, just follow the blue line on the floor. Those of you who volunteered to be injected with praying mantis DNA, I've got some good news and some bad news. Bad news is we're postponing those tests indefinitely. Good news is we've got a much better test for you. Fighting an army of mantis men. Pick up a rifle and follow the yellow line. You'll know when the test starts.
Alright. There's Cave Johnson. Sure. Spirit of Idaho, National Potato Board, Potato Science. 1955, sure. Best New Science Company, 1947. My Salt Mine. Okay. And this was... Oh, Michigan. Okay, so this lab is in Michigan. Okay. Number 2, Applied Science. Is number 1 Black Mesa, shower curtain salesman. Okay. Runner-up, contractor of the year, yep. Losing to Black Mesa. Okay. Yep, ashtrays. That's how you know this is 50s. this. Oh no. Fuck. Alright. Okay, let's put this in a not dumb spot this time and double check what we're walking into. Alright, good.
Just a heads up, we're going to have a superconductor turned up full blast and pointed at you for the duration of this next test. I'll be honest, we're throwing science at the wall here to see what sticks. No idea what it'll do. Probably nothing. Best case scenario, you might get some superpowers. Worst case, some tumors, which we'll cut out. If you need to go to the bathroom after this next series of tests, please let a test associate know, because in all likelihood, whatever comes out of you is going to be cold. Only temporary, so do not worry. If it persists for a week, though, start worrying and come see us, because that's not supposed to happen.
Okay.
If you've cut yourself at all in the course of these tests, you might have noticed that your blood is pure gasoline. That's normal. We've been shooting you with an invisible laser that's supposed to turn blood into gasoline, so all that means is it's working.
Okay. Alright.
Just a heads up, we're going to have a superconductor turned up full blast and pointed at you for the duration of this next test.
So
I'll be honest, we're throwing science at the wall here to see what sticks. No idea what it'll do. Probably nothing.
Maybe?
Best case scenario, you might get some superpowers. Worst case, some tumors, which we'll cut out.
They're up here? Ah, okay. And then some sort of... Okay. Alright, so I gotta get some speed going here. To get shot out from there, over to there. But... I don't know what I'd fall into. Okay, so there. And what, like straight down from here, maybe? Those, no. Maybe if I get up there, I can fall off of this straight down. Yeah, it's not gonna work. That's no good there. That's all closed up. There's no portable surface there, so I have to use that to get where I want to go. But it's getting the momentum I can't seem to figure out where I get that from. Oh, maybe it's this. Okay. Ah, okay, alright. So it's a left click. Hey, alright. We're thinking of portals. Okay. Okay. Okay, alright, we're good. Alright, we're fine. Okay.
They say great science is built on the shoulders of giants. Not here. At Aperture, we do all our science from scratch. No hand-holding. Let's get started. This first test involves something the lab boys call repulsion gel. You're not part of the control group, by the way. You get the gel. Last poor son of a gun got blue paint. All joking aside, that did happen. Broke every bone in his legs. Tragic, but informative. Or so I'm told.
Alright. Okay. Sure. That's chamber 9. Salt, asbestos, curtain. Science innovation. Nice. Alright. Test is unsolvable without an Aperture Science portable quantum tunneling device. Sure. Okay. Let's attempt to create a pudding substitute. Okay. Gel is a sweeter, slightly less non-toxic form of fiberglass insulation that causes subsequently ingested food items to bounce off the lining of the dieter's distended stomach and out his or her mouth. For various reasons, this product is pulled from shelves. Okay. For more information, consult lawsuits and public outrage. Nice. Okay. Alright, so any blue surfaces like this are going to be bouncy. Got it. We got a button over there. I believe I can. Yeah, so you keep all of your inertia.
Boys just informed me that I should not have mentioned the control group. They're telling me I ought to stop making these pre-recorded messages. That gave me an idea. Make more pre-recorded messages. I pay the bills here, I can talk about the control group all damn day.
All right.
For this next test, we put nanoparticles in the gel. In layman's terms, that's a billion little gizmos that are going to travel into your bloodstream and pump experimental genes and RNA molecules and so forth into your tumors. Now, maybe you don't have any tumors. Well, don't worry. If you sat on a folding chair in the lobby and weren't wearing lead underpants, we took care of that too.
All right. Anyway, I need another box here. Alright, and you can bounce off walls the same way. Lights being cheap? Yeah, well... if that's worth the risk to you, then by all means, I guess, but... unless I had, like, life or death reasons to travel, I will absolutely not be doing that. Like Houston, LA, like the best prices that I've seen from like Southwest around here is like $69, but that's each way, and nice dollars. Well done, Southwest. And for me, it's always going to be a little bit more because I have to use this special weird regional airport, which they just recently started doing a second set of flights from. Like, that's how small my airport is. That they only offered one flight per day. But then they had to cancel all of them because of all this shit going around. Alright.
Oh, in case you got covered in that repulsion gel, here's some advice the lab boys gave me. Do not get covered in the repulsion gel. We haven't entirely nailed down what element it is yet, but I'll tell you this, it's a lively one, and it does not like the human skeleton.
Yeah, for the amount of gas for my car, so my car gets like 30-ish average miles per gallon on like city highway. And it's about $50 in gas to go from where I am in NorCal to San Diego. Just about 8-hour drive. Ugh. And I was gonna be doing that drive on the 20th, but that obviously got canceled. I was gonna cat sit for a week or so down in San Diego, but don't have to do that anymore.
All these science spheres are made of asbestos, by the way. Keeps out the rats. Let us know if you feel a shortness of breath, a persistent dry cough, or your heart stopping, because that's not part of the test.
Ooh.
That's asbestos.
That
Good
sounds
news is the
familiar.
lab boys say the symptoms of asbestos poisoning show a median latency of 44.6 years. So if you're 30 or older, you're laughing. Worst case scenario, you miss out on a few rounds of canasta. Plus, you forwarded the cause of science by 3 centuries. I punch those numbers into my calculator, it makes a happy face.
Alright. But shortness of breath, oh god. Okay. 69% household internet, nice. That's how you do it. Okay, so we got that there. Got these down there too. Well, that's for household internet. It might not count mobile, because I know plenty of people can get by with like just a basic smartphone or a flip phone. Shit, not even a smartphone to get by with what they need to do their day-to-day. But yeah, that does complicate things for things like distance learning. Yeah, it's that hotspot, yep. Like, it's 4G and LTE and all that has gotten good enough that you can feasibly get by with stuff like that. Especially if you're just using light social media or email.
I like your style. You make up your own rules, just like me. Bean counter said I couldn't fire a man just for being in a wheelchair. Did it anyway. Ramps are expensive.
Hey. I can portal this to elsewhere. Okay, so now what? Oh, I probably put some right there. All right. Oh, that's not gonna work. What did that accomplish for me? Like I could always get up here. Like that gets me a little bit more inertia, but... Oh, this, maybe? Okay. Like, maybe I need to just do this and get... This gets me a little bit height, I think, each time I do it. Or no? Or maybe it does? Okay. If I do this, and then... that... then down there, maybe? Okay. Oh, no, that's not. Okay. Like if I can get through there. There's no place from the ceiling I can drop down from. Yeah, doing this in VR is just... Oh boy. That's, I'm kind of hoping that Half-Life Alyx doesn't have anything like Portal. So none of that. Alright, so I can't hit that. Oh, maybe I'm supposed... Okay. This. What about this? Yeah, okay. Alright. That over there. And that gets us up here. Okay. You got a massive deal on new TV? Nice. Actually, about that. LG announced the prices of their smaller OLED. So I have... So the one that I have right now is a 55-inch OLED. So here's a this is a 24. That's a 25, I want to say, and this is a 55. There's a 48-inch version that goes to about there in terms of size, which is probably the size that I would ideally want. The version of that is starting at a price of like I think $1,400 for it. And for reference, I got my 55-inch on like the best deal you could possibly get, and it was like $1,200. So it's completely feasible that you could get a really nice 4K 120 hertz OLED TV for, God, maybe $700 later in the year, which is that completely fucking nuts. And I couldn't recommend these TVs more. Like, they're so good. Like, they're good enough that I am eventually going to get rid of my CRTs that I paid almost that much for. Because this OLED is just so great for everything. And then my TV, it does 4K, but it only does 4K 60. The new generation ones, including this 48-inch that I'm talking about, those do 4K 120, and they the input lag is so low on them that they aren't even bothering to mention them anymore, because they just perform so good. They are getting damn near close to like CRT, and they're as good as a gaming monitor. It's BVMs is what I have, and I already sold one of them. I sold my my big one already, the 24-inch one, or 20-inch one. I still have my 14-inch one, and I still have my my computer monitor, Sony, the Trinitron. But once the OSSC Pro comes out, that's when I'm cutting these things loose. And I'll just, for light gun games, I'll just get a cheap $5 consumer CRT. Because that'll be the only time I ever use a BVM again. Okay, so... Well, by the time I do get rid of it, I'll be living in LA at that time. So I don't know if that changes the equation. Shit. Gotta get back up here again. Well, assuming I'm still gonna be moving to LA, I guess. Which is not a sure thing right now. Oh, I need to get the bouncy stuff over there. Yeah, I'd honestly just say go with a nice nice LCD and an OSSC, because I consider myself pretty picky, and I am totally fine with what I get out of the OLED and OSSC. Like, I'll happily use those for as long as I need. But that said, like, I don't give a shit about scan lines, and some people just go fucking crazy over scan lines and have to have the analog stuff. Like, if you're one of those people, then you should get a CRT.
There's a slight chance the calcium could harden and vitrify your frontal lobe. Anyway, don't stress yourself thinking about it. I'm serious. Visualizing the scenario while under stress actually triggers the reaction.
So it's the LG OLED, and this one should be the 48, or no, it's the model when it comes out is going to be the BX48. That should be what it is. The one that I have is the B855 is the one that I currently have. So mine's a couple years old, but it is LG's OLED series. And if you've never seen an OLED for like with games content or anything, which they never show in showrooms at electronics places, like it looks fucking amazing for modern games, for retro games. Like, it's so good. If you can find somebody who's got an OLED, ask if you can hook up a retro system to it and see what it looks like, because it looks incredible. Incredible. Like, this is the best purchase I've made in Years and years and
Now,
years
if you're
getting
part
this
of
thing.
Control Group Kepler-7, we implanted a tiny microchip about the size of a postcard into your skull. Most likely you've forgotten it's even there. But if it starts vibrating and beeping during this next test, let us know. Because that means it's about to hit 500 degrees, so we're going to need to go ahead and get that out of you pretty fast.
Come over, watch TV, yeah. Actually, for what it's worth, real, regular TV content, I don't think looks that much better on OLED. It's stuff like anime looks really good on it. So anything animated, okay, that's water. And anything with like big, beefy, colorful sprites just looks incredible on it. And then there's also HDR content, but I think HDR doesn't really impress me. Like, it's like, wow, this looks a little bit brighter, cool. But some people go nuts over HDR, so maybe I'm just missing something with it. Okay. All right. All right, I can hit this button from here. This. Ah, okay. Okay. All right. Okay. That really doesn't look like water. Water doesn't really do that, but all right.
I'm telling them, keep your pants on. All right, this next test may involve trace amounts of time travel. So, word of advice, if you meet yourself on the testing track, don't make eye contact. Lab boys tell me that'll wipe out time. Entirely. Forward and backward. So, do both of yourselves a favor and just let that handsome devil go about his business.
Okay. Don't listen. Okay. Anything with that? Passes through there. Alright. And then there's no portable surfaces over there. Alright, so probably gotta get up there. Actually, up there would be better. That. This. Okay. I don't see any time travel. I think we're good. Accidents hurt you. And science. Okay. Okay, looks like I need to get the goo over here. Oh shit. Alright, so you need to not only think with portals, but also with whatever's going on here. Alright, so that will boost us up to there. So there... So here, down to here, up to here, up to there. So we need to leave that portal there. Or I could probably just jump straight down from here into that. And that'll go up to there, maybe? Okay. Sure, this'll, yep, okay. Alright. So yeah, very different puzzle solving than you need to do for lots of a Portal 1. And then...
If you're hearing this, it means you're taking a long time on the catwalks between tests. The lab boys say that might be a fear reaction. I'm no psychiatrist, but coming from a bunch of eggheads who wouldn't recognize the thrill of danger if it walked up and snapped their little pink bras, that sounds like projection. They didn't fly into space, storm a beach, or bring back the gold. No, sir, we did. It's you and me against the world, son. I like your grit. Hustle could use some work, though. Now let's solve this thing.
Okay. Alright, so we got water and bounce. We need a weighted cube for this. So I can... Alright, does that do anything? Okay, and then probably need to... Alright, alright, come back, come back. Okay. Sure. Yep, this is... Okay, and then to get into there, probably just bounce. Okay, and then... Oh, jeez.
Science isn't about why, it's about why not. Why is so much of our science dangerous? Why not marry safe science if you love it so much? In fact, why not invent a special safety door that won't hit you on the butt on the way out because you are fired? Now you test subject, you're doing fine. Yes, you. Box your stuff. Out the front door. Parking lot. Car. Goodbye.
Alright. They did not get enough pictures of Spider-Man.
Congratulations! The simple fact that you're standing here listening to me means you've made a glorious contribution to science. As founder and CEO of Aperture Science, I thank you for your participation and hope we can count on you for another round of tests. We're not going to release this stuff into the wild until it's good and damn ready, so as long as you keep yourself in top physical form, there'll always be a limo waiting for you. Say goodbye, Carolyn.
Goodbye, Carolyn.
She is a gem.
Okay. Right. Good old Cave Johnson. Okay. All right. 1971. We got different gels now. Change the left click portal. There. Okay. Yeah, they give you the illusion of freedom for a little bit, but yeah, I agree that they could have given you more options for stuff. Nice. All right, get the sick wood paneling now. Yeah. So the other one was 1959. And this one's 1971.
Greetings, friend. I'm Cave Johnson, CEO of Aperture Science. You might know us as a vital participant in the 1968 Senate hearings on missing astronauts. And you've most likely used one of the many products we invented, but that other people have somehow managed to steal from us. Black Mesa can eat my bankrupt...
Sir, the testing?
Right. Now you might be asking yourself, Cave, just how difficult are these tests? What was in that phone book of a contract I signed? Am I in danger? Let me answer those questions with a question. Who wants to make $60? Cash. You can also feel free to relax for up to 20 minutes in the waiting room, which is a damn sight more comfortable than the park benches most of you were sleeping on when we found you. So, welcome to Aperture. You're here because we want the best, and you're it. Nope. Couldn't keep a straight face. Anyway, don't smudge up the glass down there. In fact, why don't you just go ahead and not touch anything unless it's test related.
Nice. Okay. OSHA, female journalist. Hey. All right, where are we going? Probably up there. Oh, this is, yep. 1971 computers. Okay, so we have to get over there. So we use those, but perhaps it is that, probably. Let's see. Perfect. Nailed it. Okay. Let's try that again. so it's over here. Alright, I guess it's not up there. There's a switch I gotta hit first. Yep. Hey, Olimars. Alright, there's probably maybe a switch somewhere. Either that, or I have to use these to get on top of there, maybe, and that'll get me more momentum. Okay, we'll try this. Sure, let's try this. Okay, it's that one. Oh shit. Oh. Okay. That one. Okay.
Oh, hi. Say, you're good at murder. Could you, murder this Oh, thanks. Did you feel that? That idiot doesn't know what he's doing up there. This whole place is going to explode in a few hours if somebody doesn't disconnect him. I can't move, and unless you're planning to saw your own head off and wedge it into my old body, you're going to need me to replace him. We're at an impasse. So what do you say? You carry me up to him and put me back into my body, and I stop us from blowing up and let you go.
Okay.
You stabbed me. What is wrong with you?
Oh.
Hold on. Do you have a multimeter? Never mind. The gun must be part magnesium. It feels like I'm outputting an extra half a volt. Keep an eye on me. I'm going to do some scheming. Here I go. Whoa. Where are we? How long have I been out? That extra half volt helps, but it isn't going to power miracles. If I think too hard, I'm going to fry this potato before we get a chance to burn up in the atomic fireball that little idiot is going to...
Alright, now we can... Okay. Got our potato.
Did anything happen while I was out?
The testing area is just up ahead. The quicker you get through, the quicker you'll get your $60.
Hold on, who?
Carolyn, are the compensation vouchers ready?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson. Why did I just... Who is that? What the hell is going on here?
Okay. Yep, got a spud stream going. Okay. Alright. What is this? Oh, this is the go fast. Okay. This is the Sanic. Oh, it's okay. So I gotta leave that there. I believe that's all I need here. Okay. Alright, so I gotta reposition the yellow portal? Or shit. Okay. Or I just gotta be quick enough. Okay. Seriously? Shit. Alright, I can do this. Alright. And then reposition the yellow portal there. Orange portal. Okay, alright. Give these 2 brain cells I have a workout here. Okay. And then I can do this. Okay. Grab that. This. Okay. That. Okay. But okay, and then all right, remember, do not leave your belongings here, loiter, touch the glass. Shirt and shoes, pants optional. Okay. Wait. Oh, I'm supposed to run. Okay, run into that one. I gotta turn around. Sanic up to this. Okay. Oh, jeez.
Okay. I guess emotional outbursts require more than 1.6 volts. Now we know that. We just need to relax. We're still going to find out what the hell's going on here, but calmly.
Again. Okay.
Those people in the portrait, they look so familiar.
Sure. Alright. That's an achievement, I guess. This is a secret area. Yeah. Alright, so we got fast and bounce. Okay. Okay, to what end? Oh. So I can't immediately portal over to there. Don't have any long jumps to do. We do have this. Okay, this has got to be the jump one. So we'll do that. this is likely this. Oh, okay. This is like, all right. So we have to do this, the Sanic, and then the jump. So that's gonna cover up that. Okay. And then this and this. Why couldn't they have made the Go Fast one blue? It would have made way more sense if they did that. Okay. And then we could have a portal there to here. So how do I get back now? Okay. All right. So we'll leave the blue portal there. And then the orange portal we can put there. Okay. All right. Okay. And then we put the orange portal there.
Great job, astronaut, war hero, and/or Olympian. With your help, we're gonna change the world. This on? Hey, listen up down there. That thing's called an elevator, not a bathroom.
I swear I know him.
Okay. All right.
If you're interested in an additional $60, flag down a test associate and let them know. You could walk out of here with 120 weighing down your bindle if you let us take you apart, put some science stuff in you, then put you back together, good as new.
What a deal. Okay, so we got gratings there, so any goop is gonna just fall through it. We got a cube over there. So probably need to make that bouncy. And there's the exit. All right, so that's gonna launch us over to here. That's where we need to get the cube. Gotta get the cube first. Okay, so can I do this? What does that do? Okay. And that clearly denotes that it needs to be to go fast. That. Okay. Then I'm supposed to get over there, run into that quickly, and then I can probably use that to launch over to there. If I put that there and this here, and then okay, if I put a portal here. Is this even a... Okay, that is a non-portable surface. Okay. What does this do? Okay. Alright. Good. And then... this needs to get over there. I can get to this way. Oh, I need to put bouncy stuff on there first. Okay. So then how can I accomplish this? So I need to get into there like this. Do this. And I have to snipe that from over here, I guess. So we want bouncy. Alright, so we're going to coat that with bouncy material. Put this on here. Alright, so that is now bouncy. And then... looks like I gotta go from there over to there. So... what's up there? Okay, so we gotta put the... oh geez. This probably means it needs the orange goo on here? Probably? Oh, shit, I don't know. Okay. And then... this... alright. This will either work or end in tears. Let's see.
In case you're interested, there's still some positions available for that bonus opportunity I mentioned earlier. Again, all you gotta do is let us disassemble you. We're not banging rocks together here. We know how to put a man back together. So, that's a complete reassembly. New vitals, spit shine on the old ones, plus we're scooping out tumors. Frankly, you ought to be paying us.
Okay. Oh, did I?
Thank you. I can't believe I'm thanking these people. For staggering your way through Aperture Science's propulsion gel testing, you've made some real contributions to society for a change, and for that, humanity is grateful. If you had any belongings, please pick them up now. We don't want old newspapers and sticks cluttering up the building. For many of you, I realize $60 is an unprecedented windfall, so don't go spending it all on, I don't know, Carolyn, what do these people buy? Tattered hats? Beard dirt?
$60. Okay. Okay. Pump Station Gamma. 1982 now. This was 1971, was the old one? 78. 1978. Luckily, this game has generous checkpoints. Alright. There.
Carolyn, why do I know this woman? Did I kill her? Or... Oh my god. Look, you're doing a great job. Can you handle things for yourself for a while? I need to think.
Sure. I think I'm doing okay. And without you for now, Gladys. Alright. Slightly newer machinery now. With this baller touchtone phone. Surface. Sure. So we get clear gel now, I guess. Oh. Huh. Oh. Okay, so that makes new portable surfaces. Okay. And we can bounce off of that. Okay, and completely screwed up. Cool. Great. Carla the Complainer. My new boss is a robot, but did you know robots are smarter than you, robots work harder than you, robots are better than you? Well, it's accurate. Unfortunate.
It's evil. It flew off. Good for him. All right, back to thinking.
All right. Maybe down there. This doesn't seem safe. Okay. That's where I need to get to eventually. Okay, pretty sure that's just back where I came from. Yep. Okay. I probably need that to launch me over there, but where I launch from is the question. There's an open door down there. Okay. Well, that's a no-go, I guess. So I can't get on top of those girders there. That's not gonna work. That is not gonna do anything. That doesn't work. I don't see any gel flow for the new surface. Station gamma, huh? No, nothing there. I don't see any below me, so I don't think that's gonna work. Man, these sections end up being harder than the actual test chambers sometimes. Okay. Alright, what can I see from over there? Alright, so clearly that's not gonna work. What about like this? No. Like there's this, but this isn't. Combatant testing. Okay, that must be the turrets. I guess I can. I've already been down there. Oh, there's something down here. I don't think I've been down here. I have been down. Shit. So I can't put one right there to get on that. Okay. All right. Before, as in, I haven't taken a break yet, so I'm gonna step away for a few minutes to get up, walk around, stretch, and I'll be back in, I don't know, let's say 3 minutes. Well, we will continue Portal 2. Stay tuned. All right. All right, let's continue, shall we? Okay. So, I'm still lost. Fuck. So there's that. Like maybe I have to drop down from here down to there, but this won't let me do that. Maybe I gotta drop. Okay, that is not portalable. Yep, I'm back. Had a very productive break. So all 3 minutes of it. Shit, it's got to be something with that over there to get over there. And how you do that, I'm just baffled. Yeah, maybe you're supposed to keep so maybe this. Or maybe you're supposed to. Okay. All right. I think I see. So you keep a portal here, and then. There we go. Okay.
Welcome to the Enrichment Center. Since making test participation mandatory for all employees, the quality of our test subjects has risen dramatically. Employee retention, however, has not. As a result, you may have heard we're going to phase out human testing. There's still a few things left to wrap up, though. The bean counters told me we literally could not afford to buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70 million. Bought them anyway, ground them up, mixed them into a gel. And guess what? Ground up moon rocks are pure poison. I am deathly ill. Still, it turns out they're a great portal conductor. So now, we're going to see if jumping in and out of these new portals can somehow leach the lunar poison out of a man's bloodstream. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Let's all stay positive and do some science. That said, I would really appreciate it if you could test as fast as possible. Carolyn, please bring me more pain pills.
Okay. Oh, moon rocks, huh? Oh. Let's work together. Okay. Remote activated door. Okay. It's probably the office above, like last time. Shit, am I stuck? Okay. I don't see a button in here. Oh, control room. Ha. Okay. Oh, that. Oh, jeez. All right. Please do not test if you're allergic to lunar sediment and/or starch. You have fulfilled your monthly self-election quota. You're confident enough in your work performance to unvolunteer from the self. Nice. Sounds like a great place to work after science. So... Alright, these all make new portable surfaces. Follows the direction you're facing. Okay. And okay. These ones you really gotta think about. Okay. I guess I should be asking myself to what end. What am I trying to accomplish here? I'm probably supposed to be getting up there. So... Alright, so that's... So that catwalk goes all the way over to there. That'll take me to the exit. So I gotta get up there. And it looks like I can launch myself from here up to there. But ideally I want to get up there first if I can. So I can probably do this to get the side of this teleportable. Okay. Alright, so I can place one there and one here. Or here. Okay, that'll get me up there. And then one there. And one here. Okay. GG.
Alright, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day and thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
Burning people. He says what we're all thinking.
The point is, if we can store music on a compact disc, why can't we store a man's intelligence and personality on one? So I have the engineers figuring that out now. Brain mapping, artificial intelligence. We should have been working on it 30 years ago. I will say this, and I'm gonna say it on tape so everybody hears it 100 times a day. If I die before you people can pour me into a computer, I want Carolyn to run this place. Now she'll argue. She'll say she can't. She's modest like that, but you make her. Hell, put her in my computer. I don't care. All right, test's over. You can head on back to your desk.
Goodbye, sir.
Okay, so Cave Johnson is a Karen. So we learned from that. Oh, jeez. All right. Eh. Oh shit. All right. No fall damage. Oh man, which one is up there? That's the blue one? Okay, we can just GG easy. No problem. Okay. Probably need to do that and then drop down to something somewhere. Quality of life feature. What? So I can see the icons around the reticle. Is there a is there a button I can press? I don't see any buttons I can press. Okay, so probably orange is what I want. Probably need to drop onto this, maybe? Okay. And that onto there. Shit. Okay, well this works, I guess. Oh, I probably need to. Oh, jeez. All right. Oh man, oh. Okay, alright. I gotta get my 2 brain cells in order here. What am I trying to do here? Okay. That goes there. I could also get up to that, so if I do that, and then this, while holding forward a little bit, then we can, yep, hit that, exactly, perfect. And then go the wrong way. Yep, perfect. Dang it. This. Okay, maybe this one I want, and I can curl around that, maybe. Okay, that's not gonna work either. What am I trying to do here? What the hell? Shit. Like maybe there's a portable surface right there? Either that or you're supposed to hop onto this, maybe? That? No. Or yes? Or no? Okay, alright. Oh god. Okay. Alright. This time, things will be different. Alright. It was different. I landed in a different spot. What the? It's the same result. Shit. Okay. Maybe it's that one. Okay. Alright. Surely this time things will be different. Oh, there we go. Shit. Okay. Alright. I see what I need to do at least. Okay. And that's like up there. Okay. So I need to move the left click portal to there. Okay. Alright. I beat the final boss. It was that puzzle. And it's loading the credits right now, surely. Yep, here's the credits right there.
I know things look bleak, but that crazy man down there was right. Let's not take these lemons. We are going to march right back upstairs and make him put me back in my body. And he'll probably kill us because he's incredibly powerful and I have no plan. Well, I'm not going to lie to you. The odds are 1,000,000 to 1, and that's with some generous rounding. Still though, let's get mad. If we're going to explode, let's at least explode with some dignity.
Alright. Okay, so if I get onto those, I can get some momentum that way. This. Alright, that's as high as those pillars go. Looks like. Okay. So we can do that, and now the next question is maybe this? This looks right. Okay. Alright, so clearly we need... I think this is blue stuff? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright, that's the jump goo. Okay. This... here. Okay. And then what? Okay, there's a surface over there. Caution. Alright, well, this is something at least, I guess. Huh. Okay. Hey, later, Hidden. Have a good sleep. Hope you get well soon, buddy. And then, oh, okay. Alright, and that gets us over here. Okay, alright, we did it. Okay. So this probably want the probably the portal coating on that. So if I pass through there, it's gonna clear the portal, so I can't like get momentum that way. Okay, and then I want the go fast right there. this, and... Oh. Alright. This should do it. What the hell? Okay, that's where I came from. Oh, I want to get up there. Okay. Okay, I think I need more bounce. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I can put teleporter. I can put portal juice up there, and then okay, and then I can put some of this onto there. Okay. And then put this back there, that back there. Okay. This should do it. Yep, clip right through that pipe. Perfect. And then okay. Alright, yep. This is all safe. There? Yep, okay. Okay. Alright. Easy. No problem. Okay. Yeah, the portal surface one is a lot easier to wrap your head around from the other ones because it's just point A to point B, and that's it. The other ones you have to kind of mentally work out what each one is going to do and all that. Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm probably headed for there. Looks like I maybe want to use that to get some momentum. But it also just looks like I need to just have one portal there, and that'll shoot me over there, maybe. And I guess if I get onto there, I can get momentum that way. So maybe this is probably more worth doing. This perfect. Nailed it. This must be the modern Aperture Science facility. All these big ass springs here. Okay.
Okay, so it's not the most watertight plan to go confront an omnipotent power mad AI with. Still, it's a better plan than exploding. Marginally.
Okay. All right. It's a weird loading screen. Okay. Itch. Sure. Okay.
For God's sake, your boxes with legs. It's literally your only purpose. Walking onto buttons. How can you not do the one thing you're designed for?
Try to get us down there. I'll hit him with a paradox.
Warmer. Boiling hot. Okay, colder. Ice cold. You're Arctic now. You're very cold. Very, very, very cold. Look, just get on the button. Oh, that's funny, is it? Oh, it's funny because we've been in this for 12 hours and you haven't solved it either, so I don't know why you're laughing. You've got 1 hour. Solve it.
Solve his puzzle for him. When he comes back, I'll hit him with a paradox.
Yes! I knew you'd solve it.
Hey, moron.
Oh. Hello?
All right, paradox time. This sentence is false. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't
True.
Don't think about
I'll
it.
go true. Yeah, that was easy. I'll be honest, I might have heard that one before though, sort of cheating.
It's a paradox. There is no answer. Look, this place is going to blow up if I don't get back in my body.
False. I'll go false.
Explosion imminent. Evacuate the
Hold
facility
on. I
immediately.
thought I'd fix that.
Warning. Reactor core is at critical.
There, fixed. Hey, it is great seeing you guys again. Seriously, it turns out I'm a little bit short on test subjects right now, so this works out perfect. And off we go.
Oh. Alright.
You have no idea what it's like in this body. I have to test all the time, or I get this itch. You know, it must be hardwired into the system or something. Oh, but I tell you, when I do test, oh man alive, nothing feels better. It's just, that's why I've got to test. That's why I've got to test. So you're gonna test, and I'm gonna watch, and everything is gonna be just fine.
Warning. Core overheating. Nuclear meltdown imminent.
I think we're in trouble.
We'll be fine.
Designed this test myself. It's a little bit difficult. You'll notice the moat area there. Very deadly, extremely dangerous. Eventually, it's not at the moment, but I'm working on it. Still working on it. Oh, yes. Oh, well done. Oh, that's tremendous.
Sure?
Oh, that felt really good. Oh, here's an idea. Since making tests is so difficult, why don't you just keep solving this test? Same one. And I can just, watch you solve it. Yeah, that sounds much easier.
Alright. Finally a rim that I can solve quickly. Oh, no. Alright.
Here we go. Now, do it again. And nothing. Alright, can't blame you for trying. Okay, new tests. Gotta be some tests around here somewhere. Oh, here we go.
Alright, so my paradox idea didn't work. And it almost killed me. Luckily, by the looks of things, he knows as much about test building as he does about logical contradictions. It shouldn't be hard to stay alive long enough to find him.
It's alright. Everything's good. I just invented some more tests.
This is one of my tests.
Not entirely. Not entirely. Look at the word test there on the wall. That's brand new.
Alright. Let's see.
seriously, both of you. Why don't you two go on ahead, yeah? I'll catch up with you.
Alright.
Okay, so the bad news is the tests are my tests now, so they can kill us. The good news is, well, none so far, to be honest. I'll get back to you on that.
Great.
I'd love to help you solve the tests, but I can't. Sorry. You're on your own.
Yeah, made this test myself out of smaller tests that I found lying around. Jammed them all together. Buttons, got funnels, bottomless pits are involved. It's got it all. It's got it all. Absolute dynamite.
Yeah. This, I guess. Okay. Sure. Open this. And then this.
Alright, okay, this is taking
This.
too long, okay? I'll just tell you how to solve the test, okay? See that button over there, alright? You just...
That's why I can't help you solve the tests.
Never mind. Never mind, solve it yourself. You're on your own.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Well done.
Thanks. All we had to do was pull that lever.
What? Well, no, you pressed the...
I know we're in a lot of trouble and probably about to die, but that was worth it. I thought of some good news. He's going to run out of test chambers eventually. I never stockpiled them.
I'm coming! Don't start yet! You are not going to believe this. I found a sealed-off wing. Hundreds of perfectly good test chambers just sitting there, filled with skeletons. Shook them out, good as new.
Skeletons. Right, I guess I did stockpile some tests. Just as mementos, though.
And there we go. To be honest, you can't even tell, can you? Seamless.
Sure. Okay. So we got a jump pad there. We got button to dispense cube. Gotta get the cube over there. Okay. First things first, that and this. And gonna need to catch that with this. Or not? How about with that instead? All right. Got ourselves a peepo. Okay. And then that's gonna take us there. So gonna need that there to catch that. Oh, and then what? Guess I'll go over there with it. And I can pick it up from here and throw it over there. Oh, jeez. Okay. Whoop. Okay. All right. That'll be safe over there. And then I can't quite. Okay, there we go. Okay. And then I gotta none of that. Stay over there. Like clearly I gotta get this like that. But then I also gotta get that into the beam somehow. Like, I suppose I can... Okay, so if I... I can't. If I do that, it's just gonna drop. Huh. There's no safe spot I can put that up there. As long as it stays up there. Okay. And then maybe I can... Oh, don't do that. Maybe I can just kind of throw it up there into the path of the beam. Like... Yeah!
Oh, disappointed.
Okay, that was probably not the solution. But you know, it worked. So what even would the solution be? So clearly, like, maybe you're supposed to throw it up into this beam and then it just does that? Is that what you're supposed to do? Or something else? Like, what even? You have ridden up from the floor and placed it into the horizontal one. Huh. So, okay, so everything I did over on this side of the room was probably as intended, right? And then blue on the floor and then on the wall. Huh. So, like, so have it here, put the... blue on the floor. Oh, like right here? Oh, okay. So like right here, you put the robot in it, and then you put it there, and it goes up into there. Yeah. Okay, I see. Well, okay. Let's actually do that now, because I redid the. All right. Okay, that's how you're supposed to do it, I guess. But now I need to get back up here again. So let's Nope. Well, yeah, this is a totally valid solution, and it also means that you don't have to. Boom. Like that is so much more efficient if you do this.
Than I expected. I'm sure we'll be fine.
All right. Yep, if it works, it works.
Probably nothing. Keep testing while I look for a way out.
All right.
Alright, so that last test was seriously disappointing. Apparently, being civil isn't motivating you, so let's try her way, alright? Fatty, adopted Fatty, Fatty, no parents.
And
What?
what exactly is wrong with being adopted?
What's wrong with being adopted? Lack of parents.
For the record, you are adopted, and that's terrible.
And
Just
also,
work with me.
nothing. But some of my best friends actually are orphans.
Also,
But
look at her, you moron. She's not fat.
I am not a moron! Just do the test. Just do the test.
All right. Got rid of our turret problem. Okay. And so how can I do this thing? Oh, I can bring this way, yeah. And then this to bring that over to me. Okay. Okay. No shit. All right. Is it stuck? What the fuck? Come on. All right. Stay on this and don't. Okay. Okay, probably the. Oh, okay. All right. I see. Or I don't. Oh, okay. I gotta push the. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yep. And then. Okay. All right.
It's not enough. If I'm such a moron, why can't you solve a simple test?
I might have pushed that moron thing a little too far this time.
Oh, sorry. I hope that didn't disturb you too much then. It was the sound of books, pages being turned. So that's just what I was doing, just reading books. So not a moron. Anyway, just finished the last one, just now, the hardest one, Machiavelli. Do not know what all the fuss was about. Understood it perfectly. Have you read that one?
Yes.
Yeah, doubt it. Well, on with the test. Wish there was more books. Well, there's not.
Okay. So that. We got a button over there that dispenses something directly onto the jump pad. We got that there. Okay, so I probably need to get caught in midair by that, and then change the orange portal over to that, so I get launched over to there. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then I need to do this again. Alright, same drill. That over here.
Oh, what was that? That was nothing! That was nothing!
The body he's squatting in, my body, has a built-in euphoric response to testing. Eventually, you build up a resistance to it. It can get a little unbearable, unless you have the mental capacity to push past it. It didn't matter to me. I was in it for the science. Him, though. If he's not getting his solution euphoria, we could be in a lot of trouble.
Nice. Okay. Sure.
Don't mind me, just moving the old test chamber a little bit closer to me. I'd have thought maybe proximity to the test solving might give us stronger results.
It won't.
What was that?
Nothing.
Oh, sorry, I could have sworn you said something.
He's taking us right to him. This is perfect.
Alright, so we gotta get up there. There's a switch that needs to be hit down here. There are turrets down here. And an anti-object field. Okay. I gotta block that in midair. with this best I can. And then I have to block the turrets. This, okay, or that works too. Okay. Well, we need to block the turrets anyways. Okay.
Ah, bless your little primate brain. I'm not actually in the room with you, am I? Technology. It's complicated. You can't hurt the big old god face.
Alright, so I gotta have a portal. Oh, okay. I put that there. That's what. Okay. And then have to block the turrets again with that. And then Kobe. Fuck. Not quite a Kobe. That's more of Alonzo. Okay. Not much either. Okay. Alright, looks like I gotta catch it in midair here. Okay. And that. Okay. Alright, we'll actually go down there this time.
Are you absolutely sure you're solving these correctly? I mean, yes, you solved it, but I'm wondering if maybe there's a number of ways to solve them, and you're picking all the worst ways. No, that was the solution. Ah, what am I missing?
Okay.
I think he's getting desperate. This is not good.
Have a brainwave. I'm going to tape you solving these, and then watch 10 at once. Get a more sort of concentrated burst of science. Oh, on a related note, I am going to need you to solve these 10 times as fast. Anyway, just give me a wave, would you, before you solve this one, alright? I don't want to spoil the ending for when I watch it later.
Okay. Alright. Got a reflector over there. This goes that way. This is for anti-gravity. Okay. So that there. This that way. And this is not quite the result I wanted. I want to get up there. Oh, okay. I think I see. All right, so I ride that up, and then put that there. No, okay. Get a room over here too. here. If I can. Okay. All right. If I do this, I can maybe... No. Okay. How the hell do I get to that then? Must be a switch I gotta hit or something. Either that or there's another portable surface on the floor over there. But that's just gonna push me to the floor, so I can't really... Well, maybe I can see it if I get... Okay, if I get launched into that... No, there's actually nothing up there. Huh. Oh, okay, if I block this... Okay, if I block that, that'll turn off that, and then I can get to the reflector. Okay. Alright, so that solves getting that, and then this one up there... So I gotta get the beam into this to lower that, to get down to the exit. So both of those... Alright, so this is step one, getting that. I feel like I was close with this. Okay, maybe you're supposed to ride this up all the way up to the button. And then switch this down to this. Okay. All right. There's that. And then... This is just gonna make this blow up, I think, if I put this here. No? Okay. Alright. That works. Okay. And then... That turned off that. And then this will put there, this will put there. Okay. All right. Okay, so... We're gonna need this powering up. Okay, so that needs to be pressing on that, so I need this active, but then I also need this to be powered up. So I guess I gotta quickly switch them around. So I power up this to lower this, and then get on it, and then I can change the portals around. Okay, leave you there. that, and then move that portal there. That ain't quite gonna work, is it? Oh, I can. Okay, I can do this, and then this, and then this. What in the hell? Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay, all right. Okay, and then.
Oh, you just solved it, didn't you? I told you to tell me before. Why are you making this so hard for me?
Remember when I told you that he was specifically designed to make bad decisions? Because I think he's decided not to maintain any of the crucial functions required to keep this facility from exploding.
Okay.
Was self-destructing, already fixed. Programmed in one last tremor for old time's sake. One or two more tremors in there, just for fun.
Warning. Core overheating.
I let him keep his job, I'm not a monster. Ignore what he's saying then, just keep on testing.
Okay. Alright, so I need to power those all the way over to there. Okay. And I can jump out onto them. Okay. And then this and this. That one. Gotta get the front half onto it. And then turn off the lasers. And turn that back on. Okay. Then I need to move it back again. Okay, that should be good there. Drop a box onto it. Wait a second. Shit. I need to be able to get the box. Okay. Alright, we're gonna get that all the way over to the end again. Portal up onto it. Okay. Alright. And then do the same thing. And then shit. I gonna do this? So that's roughly the same level as the top of that. So I have to shoot a laser. I get the feeling I'm overcomplicating this, but okay. So I need to get him there. Okay. All right. And then I need to get this onto here again. And fall to my death. Great. Perfect. Nailed it. That's why I made a quick save there. Okay. Alright, we'll move that a little bit closer this time. And then... okay. And then I need to bring the laser through there, into here, then into there, and then also teleport myself over. So, this here, this, that. Okay, move it all the way over here. Bring that there. Do this. There. And then I have to teleport back and then reset those after I return. Okay.
Alright, still nothing. Let's keep moving. Sorry about the lift. It's out of service because it melted.
This looks safe.
Might as well, give you the tour. To your left, you'll see some lights of some kind. Don't know what they do, but very sciencey. And to your right, something huge, hurtling toward... Oh God, run! That's not supposed to be there! Are you alright back there? Here, I'll turn the beam off. Wait! Oh no, that's not helpful, that... I don't know why I thought that would help.
After seeing what he's done to my facility, after we take over again, is it alright if I kill him?
Hey. Sure. Into another load screen.
You're alive! Great! Yeah, just getting a test ready for you, obviously. Who else would I be doing it for? No one? So, let's see here. Exit. There is no exit. Not a problem, I'll make an exit for your test. There, ding, good, perfect, on you go. I'll be honest, after you told me to turn that beam off, I thought I had lost you. Went poking around for other test subjects. No luck there. Everyone's still dead. Oh, I did find something though. Reminds me, I've got a big surprise for you two. Seriously, look forward to it.
Alright. I just... this? Probably need a whole bunch of momentum. Well, no, it's surely not. Surely not. All right. Oh yeah, I probably need this to anti-grab my way across. Okay. Oh, or the go fast here. Okay, we need a light bridge or anti-gravity for that. Did that not? Oh. Okay. That didn't do what I thought it would. Okay. I see. Okay. So you do this and then this. Okay. Get this back in the middle now. Solves that. Okay. Assuming you can't get multiple ones. Not a portable surface, I guess. Okay. What the hell good is this then? Can I, Oh, okay. Alright. It's probably this. Okay. This and then... Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, shit. Alright, stay put. Right there. Okay. And... Alright, this is a neat mechanic. Okay. Alright, so that gets us over there. So now if I need to bring this back over again now. This on here, then do this and this. That should get us to where we need to go.
Yep. You two are gonna love this big surprise. In fact, you might say you're going to love it to death. You're gonna love it until it kills you, till you're dead. All right. I don't know whether you're picking up on what I'm saying there,
yes, but thanks. We get it.
So death can at 5 whole deaths. Oh man. I think we're gonna beat this below 69 deaths. I have a feeling.
Alright, he's not even trying to be subtle anymore. Or maybe he still is, in which case, wow, that's kind of sad.
Sorry, my fault. Butterfingers.
Either
Carry on. Only 3 more chambers to your big surprise.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Oh, that's tiring.
Is that through there? So there's the exit. That reverses it. Looks like there's a button down there. Okay, that's for goo. So it looks like we need to use some more of this. Hi, Spat. How you doing, buddy? This one took you forever? You should have seen me earlier. I got stuck on some pretty easy stuff. And in Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2, I spent a little too long on some very obvious things. Okay, so that got that over there. And now what? I'm doing good. I'm currently in shelter in place in the Central Coast, but I'm stocked up on pizza and caffeine and taquitos, so I'm good. I don't have to leave the house for 2 months if I don't need to. And water filters. Got stuck in the tutorial of Half-Life 2. Nice. That's impressive, actually. Okay. Alright. Shit, how do I get back? Like I can't get up there. Enough TP. At the last count, I have 5 rolls, which if I measure my TP use, I should be good. And if not, I have 2 hands and I have a shower next to my toilet, so I can make it work. I also don't have any shame, and that makes that a little easier too. Shit, how do I get out of here? I don't think I'm stuck, but I might be. You have to coach yourself and... Oh, is it this? I see. Okay. Ah, okay. Oh shit. Turrets. Okay. Alright. So we got all that. Wait, what the hell was the point of this? All we did was get that on there. That didn't do anything. 3D print some toilet paper. Sure. I have plenty of 3D printer filament left. That's the one thing I have plenty of. I really got to disassemble my 3D printer sometime because that thing is not going to see much use anymore. Oh, geez. Okay. So that opens up from there, and that opens up a portable surface. But these things are the problem. this a portable surface? No. So maybe I have to reverse this and then bring over put bouncy goo on them so that they bounce away. So that's what I need to do. So I need to get the blue goo onto them so that they can get out of the way. And I need to be over here to reverse this so I could pull the goo back through the portal, and then I can push it through there into here. So, okay, I guess first step is I gotta get over. Alright, so I know what I need to do, but I'm not clear on the steps here. Okay. Alright, so step 1 is... Shit, I should have left a portal over there. Okay, so I have a portal over there. Alright, so I need to get ahead of all of this. And then I gotta step on this quickly to reverse it. And then I need to reposition the orange portal, or no, the blue portal once some of it gets through. Over to here. And then do this. And then this. Okay. Okay, alright. So that solved that. And now I open this. Do that. Oh, that, okay. And then I need to get launched from there onto there and then up there. And I can achieve that by... So what does that do? That puts me up there. Here for almost half an hour? Nice. Well, we're not done with the level yet, so I still have time to get stuck at this part for half an hour. Like maybe you're supposed to get momentum by bouncing through these and then quickly turning to the left and hitting that one, perhaps? Okay. Alright, this is probably a stupid idea, but I'm gonna do it, because I am stupid. Yep, that... Okay. Yep, that the expected result happened. Okay. Yep, that one as well as I thought that would. Okay. Alright, so next idea, I probably have to ride the blue beam through there. Why does it sound like there's a box of some... Oh, maybe... Okay. Maybe this was here for a reason. And you can... No? Can you not? Interesting. Okay. I actually didn't know that those didn't trigger pressure plates. I guess that keeps you from cheesing solutions. Okay, so I can do this to get inside the beam. and then I can ride the beam back and forth, I guess. Okay, so if we do that and then this. So what does this accomplish? This is probably just gonna kill me. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, is there any other teleport surfaces around here that I'm missing? There's just those two there, and that's gotta be for the gravity beam. Okay, hitting that doesn't do anything. I don't suppose I could. I don't think putting more blue goo over here is gonna do much. Like I could put some on the ground here and maybe like here to let me bounce into that, maybe. I'm not sure what that'll accomplish either. But I'm kind of out of ideas at this point. Oh, I don't even have the button. I lost my button thing, too. So that's definitely not gonna work either. Okay, and then I can't, I already goofed anyways. Okay. Ah. I wonder what happened to this. Like, I don't remember blowing it up or anything. It just kind of walked off the edge, I guess. And I don't think I can dispense another one. Bounce into that. Okay, perhaps I can. This and then. Maybe I can bounce into this. No. Okay. Like I'm thinking I can somehow go from here, bounce off of this, up into this. And then I guess in midair I'd have to change this portal to this. And then I could get to the exit. So exit here, here, but it's past this point that I'm unclear as to how to get to there with enough momentum to do that. Because using this is way too slow, and there's really no other great way to get an okay amount of momentum here. Like maybe I can kind of hang out on here, maybe? Okay, if I do this and then go sideways? No. I don't think there's going to be a stable way to stay up here. Actually, maybe if I quickly do that. Okay, what if I... Oh, jeez. Alright, if I jump into it... I think... Okay. Alright. I think I figured it out. Okay. Alright. Okay. I think I got it, you guys. I think I got it. I think I got it. Okay. So. Or I could just... Can I just do this? Will this work?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Good. Good one. Good for you.
Alright.
So, he's inexplicably happy all of a sudden, even though he should be going out of his mind with test withdrawal. And he's got a surprise for us. What did he find back there?
Alright, so I was overcomplicating things. I didn't need as much momentum as I thought I did. Okay. It's kind of hard to judge that sometimes for like that gap looks bigger than it actually is, and you can jump longer.
I bet you're both dying to know what your big surprise is. Well, only 2 more chambers.
We're running out of time. I think I can break us out of here in the next chamber. Just play along.
Okay. Oh, jeez. All right. This looks safe.
Surprise! What? We're doing it now.
Oh, God.
Okay. Credit where it's due. For a little idiot built specifically to come up with stupid, unworkable plans, that was a pretty well-laid trap.
You've probably figured it out by now, but I don't need you anymore. I found 2 little robots back here, built specifically for testing.
Oh no. He found the Cooperative Testing Initiative. It's something I came up with to phase out human testing just before you escaped. It wasn't anything personal, just, you know, you did kill me. Fair's fair. Well, this is the part where he kills us.
Hello! This is the part where I kill you. Had a bit of a brainwave. There I was, smashing some steel plates together, and I thought to myself, yeah, it's deadly, but what's missing? What's missing? And I thought, lots of sharp bits welded onto the flat bits. It's still a work in progress, don't judge me yet. No, don't do that. Stand right here, stand. Start machine, start machine. Where'd you go? Come back! Okay. No, seriously, do come back, please. Come back, please. Okay, look, I've decided I'm not going to kill you, okay, if you come back. Oh, just thinking back to the old times, the old days when we were friends, good old friends, not enemies. And I would say something like, come back, and he'd be like, yeah, no problem, and he'd come back. What happened to those days? Can't help but notice that you're not coming back, which is disappointing. Oh, I've got an idea. Yes, in your face. I got on. Fine, let the games begin. continue escaping.
Okay, yes, it's a trap, but it's the only way through. Let's just do it.
Okay. This is gonna be folded. Yep. Okay. Yep, that. Okay. Sure.
Ha! Death trap!
This
Are they killing you? They are killing you, aren't they? Silently killing you, probably. If I had to guess. Perhaps the turrets have found a way to use garrots. That would explain the extremely quiet killing that I'm hearing. If you're dying, but not dead, stomp once. If you're dead, just obviously no stomps. And ha! Was that your riddled bullet flying out the roof? It was. Oh, those were the crap turrets, weren't they? Yeah. Well, no matter, because I'm still holding all the cards. And guess what? They're all full houses. Never actually played cards, meaning to learn. Anyway, new turret, not defective. Ace of fours, the best hand. Unbeatable, I would imagine.
Alright, so we knock him over with that thing. Okay. Got him. And then... Oh.
Oh, I see. Clever. Very clever. And foolish. Spinny blade wall. Machiavellian. No. Well, good. Finally, a nemesis worthy of my vast intellect.
Okay.
Holmes versus Moriarty. Aristotle versus Mashy Spike Plate. Stay still, please. All right, stop moving. Oh, almost got you there.
Okay. Hey, Steel. Going great. How about
Where'd you go?
Long time to see, buddy.
Where'd you go? Come back.
Alright. Okay.
Did something break back there? Oh, did it kill you? That would be amazing if it killed you. Hello? Oh, yes, alright, no, just had a brainwave. I'll be back. If you're still alive, I'm gonna be back. Don't die until I get back.
Okay. What the hell can I do here? That. portal behind him? It would be rude, wouldn't it? I can't portal through that. Can't get on the other side of the... Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, this is not what I was expecting. Okay, I gotta move that over to the girder. There. Quite. Okay. Oh shit! Oh no! Fuck! All right, just panicked a little bit there.
Hello? Oh! Yes, all right. No, just had a brainwave. I'll be back. If you're still alive, I'm gonna be back. Don't die until I get back.
Okay, maybe that back girder. Okay, maybe you have to take the front girder. Or
if it killed you.
Or you don't go there at all.
Hello?
Is the other option.
Oh, yes, all right. No, just had a brainwave. I'll be back. If you're still alive, I'm gonna be back. Don't...
That whole thing is painted in blue goo. Like,
if it killed you.
Come on.
Hello?
Like, did I jump on
yes,
this?
All right, no, just had a brainwave. I'll be back. If you're still alive, I'm gonna be back. Don't die until I get back.
All right. Well, let's save. Good lord. Okay. Oh, okay. So if I do this and then this and then die horribly. Okay, maybe it's that one. Yeah, there isn't even a... Okay. Oh, man. Alright, perhaps I'm doing the wrong approach here. So I need to get up there. And that will and then okay, there's no, that's just missing pieces. Okay, all right, maybe you just go for it, and then get filled with bullets. Okay, not that clearly. Okay, that's not portable. We have to... Here? Here? Okay. Alright, so I need to reset the orange portal there. Really quick. Okay, maybe I gotta aim for that center part of that then. Oh boy, okay. Or I gotta do it from like, from back here. It's a little safer to do it over here. And of course I gotta get back through this. Okay, alright. There we go. Nightmare's over, we've made it over here. Okay. And then... Okay. Oh, I can probably get those to clear out the turrets like this. Alright, turret problem solved. And then... as for getting over there... Okay, so I can use that to get over there, use that to get back on the catwalk, and then... just go over there. Okay. No. There. Here. Shit. Okay. Make this a little too interesting here. Okay, maybe there? Are you... Okay, maybe now I can go over here and do this. Alright, I guess I could have done this the whole time. Or not? Okay. Alright. And then this onto here. Okay. Alright, like a lot of the puzzles, I'm just overcomplicating things. Okay. Easy, no problem. I'm trying to figure out how this took me 9 hours.
Too good for him. First, he'll spend a year in the incinerator. Year 2, cryogenic refrigeration wing. Then 10 years in the chamber I built where all the robots scream at you. Then I'll kill him.
I must have done or tried the co-op at some point. That's probably where some of that extra time came from. Yeah, hardest puzzle of the game is thinking too hard. Yeah. This accomplish? Oh, I can probably get in there? I guess? What? guess I'm going over there. Okay. Alright. There's more of the go fast goo over there. Probably have to coat all this. That looks like trouble.
There you are! Right, let's get rid of this apple. There we go. I wanted to talk to you for a moment, if I may. I'll be honest, the death traps have been a bit of a failure so far for both of us. I think you'll agree. And you are getting very close to my lair. Lair. It's weird, isn't it? First time I've said it out loud. This sounds a bit ridiculous, really. But I can assure you, it is one. It is a proper lair, deadly lair. And I just wanted to give you the chance to kill yourself there before you get to the lair. You can just jump into that masher just there. That's a death trap or a death option for you. Sounds crazy, I know, but hear me out. What? Okay, I'll take that as a no then.
All right.
What has he done to this place?
Oh, jeez. Okay, so I coat this with the go fast, I guess. Yeah, the fields in the Matrix. Yeah, that's what I said when we did the Half-Life 2 parts, where we got to the kind of end game. That's exactly what it reminded me of. And yep. Yeah, I've been, for the past week or so on the stream, I've been playing through all of the Half-Life games, starting from number 1.
I realize you don't want to put me back in charge.
Or most of them. There's a few, like, weird ones, like a side-scroller, but didn't play that one.
The scientists were always hanging cores on me to regulate my behavior. I've heard voices all my life, but now I hear the voice of a conscience, and it's terrifying. Because for the first time, it's my voice. I'm being serious. I think there's something really wrong with me.
Half-Life Alyx, yep. I got the... I've had a headset for a while, for years, but got an HTC Vive, got the setup for it. I've tested out streaming VR games, and yep, I'll be streaming Half-Life Alyx on day 1, I guess night 1. It unlocks at 10 a.m. my time on the 23rd, and I'm not getting up at 10 a.m., especially for a VR game, because that's gonna end in me passing out or barfing or both. So I'll be doing that at my normal stream time of 10 p.m. rather than a.m. So yeah, I got everything all set up for that, and I've tested VR stuff. So yep, because that's the whole point of me doing the Half-Life series playthrough, is so I could either refresh myself on the games or play them for the first time. In the case of Half-Life 1 Opposing Force and Blue Shift and the Half-Life 2 DLCs.
Cores, we're in luck. You find a way to stun him, I'll send you a core, and then you attach it to him. If we do it a few times, he might become corrupt enough for another core transfer.
Okay. Sounds like a final boss fight.
Plug me in and I'll take you up. Look, even if you think we're still enemies, we're enemies with a common interest. Revenge. You like revenge, right? Everybody likes revenge. Well, let's go get some.
Okay.
welcome.
To my lair.
Let me just flag something up. According to the control panel light up there, the entire building is going to self-destruct in about 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's a problem with the light. I think the light's on the blink, but just in case it isn't, I am actually going to have to kill you, as discussed earlier. So let's call that 3 minutes and then a minute break, but we should leave allegedly 2 minutes to figure out how to shut down whatever's starting all the fires. So anyway, that's the itinerary. Also,
I did not find the secret area, no.
Of you killing her, and I'm not going to make the same mistakes. 4-part plan.
Unless you mean the painting.
No portal surfaces. 2. Start the neurotoxin immediately. 3. Bomb-proof shields for me. Leading directly on to number 4. Bombs. I'm throwing it in. You know what? This plan is so good, I'm going to give you a sporting chance and turn off the neurotoxin. I'm joking, of course. Goodbye.
Neurotoxin level at capacity in 5 minutes.
That sounded real. No, that was actually an impression of you. Actually, because you just fell into my trap, my brilliant trap. Just then, I wanted you to.
There.
I'm delivering the first core up near the catwalk. Grab it and attach it to him.
Space. Go to space.
Warning. Core corruption at 50%. Vent system compromised. Neurotoxin offline. Reactor explosion in 4 minutes.
What happened? What happened? What have you bombed to me? What is that? Hold on. The bloody bombs are stuck on. Doesn't matter. I've reconfigured the shields. Oh, it's a core you called me. Who told you to do that? Was it her? It's just making me stronger, love. It's a fool's errand. Remember when I first told you how to find that little portal thing you love so much? Well, I thought you'd die on the way, if I'm honest.
Okay, great. Here comes another core.
Quick, what's the situation? Oh, hey, pretty lady. Name's Rick. So you out having yourself a little adventure? What, are you fighting that guy? You got that under control? Because there's a lot of stuff on fire. Man, that is trouble. Situation's looking pretty ugly. Such a beautiful woman, if you don't mind me saying. I don't want to scare you. I'm an adventure sphere. Designed for danger. Why don't you go ahead and have yourself a little lady break, and I'll just take it from here. Here, stand behind me. Yeah, just like that. Just like you're doing. Things are about to get real messy. Going for it yourself, huh?
Shit.
Alrighty. I'll do what I can to cover you.
Oh.
Doesn't bother me. Gotta say that view's mighty nice from right here. Man, that clock is moving fast. And you are beautiful. Always time to compliment the pretty lady. Alright, back to work. Let's do this. Did you hear that? Like something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday.
Okay.
Warning. Core corruption at 75%.
All right.
Reactor explosion timer destroyed. Reactor explosion uncertainty emergency preemption protocol initiated. This facility will self-destruct in 2 minutes.
Enough! I told you not to put these cores on, but you don't listen, do you? Quiet. All the time. Quietly, not listening to a word I say, judging, silent, worse. All I wanted to do was make everything better for me. All you had to do was to solve a couple of 100 simple tests for a few years, and you couldn't even let me.
Here's another core. This one should do it.
It is incorrectly noted that Thomas Edison invented push-ups in 1878. Nikolai Tesla had in fact patented the activity 3 years earlier under the name Tesla size. Diamonds are made when coal is put under intense pressure. Diamonds put under intense pressure become foam pellets, commonly used today as packing material. Before the Wright brothers invented the airplane, anyone wanting to fly anywhere was required to eat 200 pounds of helium. Marie Curie invented the theory of radioactivity, the treatment of radioactivity, and died of radioactivity. The moon orbits the Earth every 27.6 days. 89% of magic tricks are not magic. Technically, they are social. During the Great Depression, the Tennessee Valley Authority outlawed pet rats, forcing many to hot glue gun long ears onto their pet butts.
Dude,
before the invention of scrambled eggs in 1912,
fucking hell,
was either whole eggs still in the shell or scrambled rocks. Hades Comet can be viewed orbiting Earth every 76 years. For the other 75, it retreats to the heart of the sun, where it hibernates undisturbed.
I don't know if I'm doing this right. Shit.
First to climb Mount Everest, did so
Okay.
accidentally while chasing a bird. To make a photocopier, simply photocopy a mirror. In 1862, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing the slaves. Like everything he did, Lincoln freed the slaves while sleepwalking, and later had no memory of the event. In 1940,
Oh, fucking hell.
Died baseball legend Babe Ruth ate 75 hot dogs, then died of hot dog poisoning. Dreams are the subconscious mind's way of reminding people to go to sleep.
Is that not how you do that? What? What?
This facility will self-destruct in 2 minutes.
Enough!
Okay, so
I
it...
told you not to put these doors on, but you don't listen, do you? Quiet. Ah!
Okay, so it appears over here.
This one should do it.
How the fuck do you get that one? You have to... Like,
Whales are twice
jump-
as intelligent and 3 times as delicious. as
jump
humans.
off of these then?
At
Yes?
some point in their lives, 1 in 6 children will be abducted by the Dutch. Hades Comet can be viewed orbiting Earth every 76 years. For the other 75, it retreats to the heart of the sun, where it hibernates undisturbed. To make a photocopier, simply photocopy a mirror. Dental floss has
Fuck's sake.
It is incorrectly noted that Thomas Edison invented
I honestly, I'm just baffled right now how I'm supposed to do this.
3 years earlier, under the name Tesla. Diamonds are made with coolers put under intense pressure. Diamonds put under intense pressure become foam pellets, commonly used today as packing material. The moon orbits the Earth every 27.32 days.
What the fuck?
In 1862, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing the slaves.
It gave me orange? Yeah?
Lincoln freed the slaves while sleepwalking. and
Fuck, you're right.
memory of the event.
Okay.
According to most advanced algorithms, the world's best name is Craig.
Right. I didn't notice that at all. Okay.
Must be considered for all intents and purposes simultaneously.
Okay.
Warning. Core corruption at 100%. Manual core replacement required.
Oh, I see.
Substitute core. Are you ready to start? Corrupted core. Are you ready to start?
What do you think?
Interpreting vague answer as yes.
No. Didn't pick up on my sarcasm.
Stalemate detected.
Stalemate button was...
Fire detected in the stalemate resolution annex. Extinguishing.
Oh, that just cleans right off, does it? Well, that would have been good to know a little earlier.
Stalemate resolution associate. Please press the stalemate resolution button.
Do not press that button.
We're so close. Don't press the button.
No! Do not do it!
Uh...
I bid you to press it!
Press it. Press the button.
Don't
Shit.
press that button!
Press it.
Don't press it! Come back!
Press the button.
No! Do not press that button! Do not do it!
Do press it.
R5! Booby trap the stalemate button! What? Are you still alive?
Oh,
You
okay.
are joking! You have got to be kidding me! Well, I'm still in control, and I have no idea how to fix this place. Oh, you had to play bloody cat and mouse, didn't you? While people were trying to walk... Space! Let go! We're in space! Let go! Let go! I'm still connected! I can pull myself in! I can still fix this!
I already fixed it, and you are not coming back.
Oh no! Change your plans! Hold on to me! Tighter! Grab me! Grab me! Grab me! Grab me!
Oh, thank God, you're all right. You know, being Carolyn taught me a valuable lesson. I thought you were my greatest enemy, when all along you were my best friend. The surge of emotion that shot through me when I saved your life taught me an even more valuable lesson, where Carolyn lives in my brain.
Carolyn, deleted.
Goodbye, Carolyn. You know, deleting Carolyn just now taught me a valuable lesson. The best solution to a problem is usually the easiest one. And I'll be honest, killing you is hard. You know what my days used to be like? I just tested. Nobody murdered me, or put me in a potato, or fed me to birds. I had a pretty good life. And then you showed up, you dangerous, mute lunatic. So you know what? You win. Just go. It's been fun. Don't come back.
Oh, FMV. Okay. Good old 24 FPS. This at all.
Here we are again. It's always such a pleasure. Remember when you tried to kill me twice? Oh, how we laughed and laughed. Except I wasn't laughing. Under the circumstances, I've been shockingly nice. You want your freedom, take it. That's what I'm counting on. To want you dead, but now I only want you gone. She was a lot like you, maybe not quite as heavy. Now little Carolyn is in you too. One day they woke me up, so I could live forever. It's such a shame the same will never happen to you. You got your short set life left. That's what I'm counting on. I'll let you get right to it. Now I only want you gone. Goodbye, my only friend. Oh, did you think I meant you? That would be funny if it weren't so sad. Well, you have been replaced. I don't need anyone now. When I delete you, maybe I'll stop feeling so bad. Go make some new disaster. That's what I'm counting on. You're someone I only want to go.
So much space. Need to see it all.
I wish I could take it all back. I honestly do. I honestly do wish I could take it all back. And not just because I'm stranded in space.
I'm in space.
I know you are, mate. Yeah, we're both in space. Anyway, you know, if I was ever to see her again, do you know what I'd say?
I'm in space.
I'd say, I'm sorry. Sincerely. I am sorry I was bossy and monstrous. And I am genuinely sorry.
I'm in space.
The end.
Okay. Yeah, Portal 3 will be pretty good. Alright. But yeah, I'm probably not going to do co-op for this, even though it's like, it might as well be the second half of the game. I don't really do co-op, so I'm gonna cut the timer here on this one then. 6 hours, 23 minutes. Let's wrap up Portal 2, shall we? Alright. Alrighty. So, Portal 2. Completed? Yep. Cheated? Nope. Okay, things I liked. Let's see. Much longer than Portal 1 and felt more like a real game. This is much longer than... let's see. Clever puzzle design. Great writing and voice acting. Funny dialogue. Actually fun to play. Has an entire half of the game that I haven't even touched. Let's see. Great looking game. Let's see. Possibility of even more content with community created maps, which is a nice touch. I always like that when developers give players access to make more content for the games when they themselves won't in a lot of cases. That's most things that come to mind for this one. Things I did not like. Sometimes a little too difficult to find how to progress to the next test chamber. That's probably it for things that I didn't like so much in this. Dang memes, space, potatoes. The cake is still a lie. From base, no. And Elamaus, so we went to space, but no Elamaus in this one. Okay, difficulty is hard. So it felt like in this one required less mechanical skill in terms of like reflexes and aiming than was required in Portal 1. So even though Portal 1 was a shorter game, I thought that one was more difficult. For Portal 2, it was more like once you figured out what you needed to do, actually doing it was pretty easy. Like it also felt like they held your hand a little longer with this one than they did in Portal 1. So I think I gave Portal 1 probably a middle of the road 3 out of 5. This one probably this, yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's bad. It was probably the considerations for the console port. Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, and I guess if you're looking for like the crazy 360 no scope portals while in the air and doing a spin, the community levels probably fill that that need anyways. So yeah. All right, and then rating 1 to 5. This one's pretty easy. Boom. Portal 2 is fantastic. So the gameplay, they've refined the hell out of it. Just all sorts of great examples of even the vanilla just 2 portals in a dream gameplay is great. And then they added in the jump, the speed, and the create a new teleport surface additions to it. It was just fantastic. The writing and voice acting were just top notch. This is about as good as it gets, really, for games. Like, there's few other examples that I can really point to as like, man, they really nailed the casting, the writing, the direction of all that. Like this one did it perfectly. So gameplay was great. The audio, the voice work and the writing was great. Great looking game. I think this is like the pinnacle of the Source engine up until like when Alex comes out, I guess. For this one, besides CS:GO, I guess is probably the other one that came out after this. So yeah, great looking game, great performing game. So even though this game is damn near 10 years old, it still looks great, even by modern standards, in my opinion. And like nothing feels dated about it in terms of the gameplay or the writing or the graphics or anything. It just, if this game came out this year, yeah, this would be perfectly fine. And that's usually a hallmark of a good one. If it can last 10 years and still feel like something contemporary, then you know you got a good one. Like Half-Life 2, starting to show its rough edges, even with the updated engine that one has. Portal 2, though, this still holds up. And yeah, this is also taking into account that there's a whole other half of the game for the cooperative mode in this that haven't even touched, and I'm sure it's amazing. I've heard nothing but great things about it, and even still, fantastic game, Portal 2. Alright, that's how I feel about it. So 6.5 hours to do the single-player Portal 2, 14 deaths, 41 save scum. So you don't really even have to save scum in this. There's enough like automatic checkpoints in this one that you can just keep banging your head at the wall and it'll put you back at a decent spot regardless of what you do there. And yeah, there we go. Portal 2. Great game. Alright, so with Portal 2 complete, that completes the Half-Life series playthrough. Okay, so if I had to rank this whole series now, so geez. All right, so Half-Life Blue Shift is by far and away the worst. By far and away. That's the lowest tier there. Then I'd have to go with Half-Life Opposing Force. So Opposing Force wasn't bad, but that one is just below Blue Shift. And then, oh geez, probably Half-Life 2, and then Half-Life 1. And then I'd probably go with Half-Life 2 Episode 1, and then Portal. Sure. And then Half-Life 2 Episode 2, and then Portal 2. All right, so that is my ranking of the Half-Lives here. So Portal 2 is the best. Half-Life 2 Episode 2 is the second best. Portal, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Half-Life Opposing Force, and Half-Life Blue Chef. That is my official ranking of the Half-Life games. Now that I played through all of them on stream here. Lamar and Dogs Cruise Night Out. That could be like that, they made that weird Telltale poker game, the Night at the Arsenal, or whatever it is. They could totally do that for Half-Life themed stuff. So yeah, this has been quite the adventure going through all these. My wrists and my hands are going to be feeling that for the next next while. So next up in the Half-Life series playthrough is Half-Life Alyx, which comes out on the 23rd at 10 a.m. my time, but I'll be streaming it that evening. So that's in about 5 days from now. So as far as stream stuff that I want to do between now and then, so I still want to stream through like a full VR thing before we do Half-Life Alyx. So that's still on the cards to do Moss. That's the game that I intend to do for that. We still have to finish up, what is it? Hotel Dusk on the DS. Still have to finish up that playthrough. We have 3 chapters left in that one, and probably 6 or 7 hours left of game time left in that one. But that'll be nice because I can actually rest my hands between now and then. So those 2 are the priority. We might do a Steel Battalion session between now and Alyx. And let's see, PS Explosion is still going to continue. The next PS Explosion game is Galaga, which is likely going to be a short one-sitting game anyways. And then after that is Monkey Hero, which is going to be a real handful from what I've heard. So we'll see how that is when we get to it. And then back to backlog stuff. After Hotel Dusk is a Saturn game, which the poll's still open for that. It's likely going to be either Nights into Dreams or Burning Rangers. I think those are the 2 that were in the lead, and we'll be doing both of those at some point. So we'll do a Saturn game, Lama Lana remake, and then other Saturn game that was the runner-up in the poll. And then from then on, we'll figure it out from there, because that's like, good lord, that's like a month of stream content right there. Okay, alright, well I'm pretty beat, and it is almost 5 a.m. here, so I'm gonna wrap up the stream here. Thank you all for watching, as usual. Thanks for folks swinging by that I haven't seen in a while, good to see ya. And yeah, hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time. Take care, thank you for watching.